kicking off with, Tony?
Do you want me to turn that off?
Okay. Yeah. So, what's it? We need a plan.
Yep,
We've
sure
got
thing.
the timetable.
Yep, sure thing. So what we'll do initially is just introduce how we go about these deliberations and the process side of things. Just explain all the material that you've got in front of you and how we use that to go through our thinking. And then the first big item that we're going to have a discussion about following that is the second bridge.
Right. Ready to go?
Ready now?
Yeah. Good morning all and welcome to the Deliberations workshop on the 20th of May, and we're going to kick off with the introduction consultation summary. Your PowerPoint, have you, Tony? If we go through that, great.
Okay, so just a quick introduction just to set the scene. So today the purpose is to give you a bit of a summary around the consultation feedback that's been received over the course of the LTP consultation. So that will cover all the major 5 big issues that were consulted on, alongside all of the general feedback that came back as well. As part of that, obviously as officers we can respond to any questions arising from that feedback with all the experts in the room and different people coming in. And I guess the purpose of the deliberations is to sort of seek your direction on those key decisions and the other matters that have come up through the course of the consultation. You've obviously had all of the information provided to you via Celis, so as part of that you have the 5 key issues reports. You've got a general feedback report that covers all of the other feedback that came in, covering all the other issues. There's a summary of the feedback on the LTP policies and a summary of the EA Network Centre membership survey and feedback on that question that was raised through the consultation. There's also a listing of organisations who provided feedback on the LTP and a listing of all the social media feedback, just really for your information. So obviously a lot of material there. We're making the assumption that you've had a chance to review that, and obviously you've had the submissions as we've been working through the course of the consultation as well, so appreciate there's a lot of material there though. So in terms of the plan for this week, we have a timetable that was sent out last week, so this is today's plan. So starting today with a bit of an introduction, looking at the second Ashburton Bridge issue, and then digging into 3 big issues during the course of the day, so Stockwater, Balmoral, Water Leisure, in terms of the that decision, and Balmoral Hall. So that's today's plan, and obviously it's fluid in terms of how things go and what might come up, sort of discussions that you might want to have, so these times are very much estimates. Tomorrow the plan is to report back on anything that you wanted some feedback on from the previous day, look at the issue of airport fees and charges, and one of the other big decisions, the EA Network Stadium, have a conversation around Lake Hood, and then work through the LTP policies. So probably a shorter day yesterday, depending on how we go. And then on Thursday the plan is to do the final big decision around green waste, and then work through the rest of the general feedback, starting with funding requests and how that's sort of been organised in that particular document. So we'll see how we go. Then
Just on your timings there, Mark, on that
yes.
page, I've got 15:15 AM, 1500
Yep, so that's PM obviously.
PM, is it?
Yep, sorry.
So we're not here in the morning.
We can be here at 3 in the morning if you want to. But
You'll be on your own.
yeah, so yeah. And then the Thursday is the start of a council meeting to sort of formalise where we've got to on decisions. So that's the plan. in terms of the sort of approach that we want to take to that, so basically with the 5 big decisions, so basically we'll have one of my team will sort of give an overview of the feedback that came back on that particular issue, and then there's sort of slides that talk about some of the key questions that were raised by submitters. So as part of that, there's your opportunity to ask questions around some of the questions that have come out, and also, I guess, work through the specific reports around that issue. So, I mean, it might be that you want to go through it page by page and just highlight any things that particularly come out for you and that you want to raise questions around. So we'll have the relevant officers in the room to respond to those questions as we work through. And then really the final stage of that is to consider what approach that you want to take to that issue in terms of what's going to be included as part of the long-term plan. Any questions on any of that? Does that make sense?
The EA Network's 30-year master plan,
Yes.
when's that? When are we deciding that? That's another month
So
or so
that
away, or
is
2?
the hearing for that scheduled on the 6th of June, I think it
6th of
is.
June, yeah.
I mean, you don't have to adopt that by 30th of June. You could adopt that later, but I guess...
Separate process.
Yes.
Run in conjunction, but separate process.
Yes.
Cool. Hamish?
Yes, and just on that, anything that the LTP adopts in relation to the EA Network Centre that is consistent with that plan, or indeed even if it was a little bit different, it will automatically then be included in the master plan. So there is, while they're two completely separate processes, there is of course a link. If you allocate resource through the long-term plan, that will automatically put it into the master plan.
Great. Any questions, there, councillors? There's a plan there, and Blackadder had a good phrase about a plan. I'm sure this is something similar. And let's hope we stick to it, and we'll get there next 4 days by sticking to it. We may even get ahead at times, but yep, let's have good discussion, good debate, and ask all the questions you need to ask to make a good decision, because we need to make decisions. Some will be popular and some won't. Depends on which side of the camp you are, because reading all these submissions, there's views from there to there. So some people won't be happy, I know that. But that's the way it is, and that's democracy. So shall we, if there's no questions, just get it. I just wonder where Councillor Cameron is. Is she an apology today? That's just this morning. She's an apology. Okay, that's right. I remember now. Yep. She's probably listening in from wherever she is. And Councillor Lovett's also an apology today.
Just one very brief comment. Councillors, when we get to the Balmoral Hall, presumably later this afternoon, we have also asked for our building manager, Michael Wong, to attend with our group in the anticipation that some of the questions may be about what is required under the building code, given the number of comments that were sort of in relation to the extent of the repair. So we thought it would be helpful for him to join Leanne and Renee in relation to that discussion as well.
Yeah, that would be helpful, because some of the submitters, and even written there, says you don't need a building consent, so we get the real view. That would be helpful for us.
So we've got that in place.
The official view, yeah. That'd be great. So we're ready to launch into the second bridge.
Yep.
And we're on, what's it called? General feedback and funding request, summary of feedback. We're in that one?
Yes, we are, and from pages 8 to 18 of that document, they are all the submissions that we received relating to the second bridge. So the second Ashburton Bridge was the largest topic that we received in the general feedback section of the LTP engagement. The feedback emphasised the ongoing importance of the second bridge, the urgency to build the bridge is a top priority to reduce congestion, a desire to see it built as soon as possible, a desire to see us continue lobbying for full government funding, mixed opinions over the location, and suggestions of an Ashburton bypass or ring road. So we received 114 comments on the second bridge.
Councillors' comments. I've read the submissions, and some people have questioned the location, and the location was set a few years ago. There's a designation on the land, what was set 12 or 13 years ago. The land's been purchased. If we changed location now, NZTA have said they would not fund if we changed location, and it would set the project back numerous years if we changed the location. Councillor Michael.
Thank you. Just on NZTA saying they won't fund, was that under the last government or the current government they made that decision?
Probably a couple of governments before that, but Hamish might.
Yes, and indeed NZTA are a government agency and are not a political organisation, so they've maintained that position through the last, or as long as I've been here, based on the business cases that have been prepared on that, on the siting, as opposed to a political perspective.
Yeah. So would that, with people wanting it reviewed, is there a possibility of that being reviewed again before we go forward?
I don't think Waka Kotahi are likely to review it. If there was to be a review, it would be much more likely to be driven by the political element of a new government. So the minister might call for a review, for example, though he hasn't indicated that. But I doubt very much that NZTA will seek some sort of review.
This project is number one in the Regional Land Transport Plan for Canterbury, the bridge, on its Chalmers Ave location. It's gone through the processes to get there. In my view, it needs to stay there. The only thing we've got left to do is sort out the funding it's now with NZTA, and that will be happening it's already started. Those meetings will be happening as soon as possible to get that direction. Once the GPS, I think, is finally finalised, then that'll lock it in. Yes, that would be correct to say.
Yes, but I think the biggest issue for council to be really clear on is that we have $7.5 million in this long-term plan as our contribution to the bridge. As we have previously discussed, it is possible that won't be enough, and so when the GPS is finalised and the National Land Transport Program is finalised, I think still scheduled for August, we may find that the $7.5 million is not sufficient local share to get it built, and except what the Mayor says, that the funding is still under discussion. But councillors need to be really clear that funding is genuinely uncertain and under discussion, and it's not just a matter of the GPS being confirmed that sorts the funding of the bridge, because there's been enough conversations to suggest the local share may be greater than $7.5 million in the eyes of the government. And where that discussion goes post-August, if we're required to pay more than the 7.5, that is uncertain. So the provision of $7.5 million is where we currently sit, but there is a real risk that we'll be asked to pay more, and then how council will respond to that request is an ongoing work in progress. So we do need to have our understanding really clear that we only have $7.5 million, and there's been a number of messages from the Minister where he expects the roading program to be supported by the roading budget, the transport budget that the government sets, and has suggested that the top-up funding through the NZ Up program needs to cease, and therefore the work needs to be done within the envelope of the subsidised roading program. So there is risk here that this isn't enough in the eyes of the government.
So we've budgeted $7.5 million in this long-term plan. If there's more money to go in, it'll have to come back to a council decision, and also there may have to be other ways of servicing that increased monies if there is, and we'll be asking the Minister of Ways to service that, I'm sure, if he's requiring more money, or the
Yes.
NZTA are requiring more money for a council to put in. It has to be serviced somehow,
Yes.
and through rates may not be the best option, or unaffordable through rates as well. Councillor Miller.
Oh, I've just seen that on the screen. So what year was the 7.5 million planned for in our LTP?
Yeah, it's spread over to year 2 and 3.
Okay.
Year 1, 2 and 3.
2 and 3, I think.
What's the 2.6?
Leanne's got it.
Leah?
Through the chair, I'm pretty sure it was year 2 and 3. Haven't got it here and here, but I'm pretty confident we put the two figures in year 2 and 3.
Oh, so year 1 is just our usual normal rating improvements.
Okay.
Yes, and that was on the basis that there's some detailed design of that bridge to do, even if it was approved and funding was sorted by August. There's about 12 months of design to be done, we understand, before you can start the construction.
Which we should start that 1st of July, if we have the funds there.
Yes, the GPS isn't adopted until August, so we probably wouldn't start 1st of July.
We'll have a discussion about that. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. Is this the time to say we need to put a little bit more money in just to show good faith? And I'm talking changing the 7.5 to maybe 10 million to say, look, we've altered it in our LTP. You know, we're showing our intent to get this second bridge underway, and that's where we're at. That figure of 7.5 was put in a long time ago, and I think that was still when we were talking 35 million, not 100 and nearly 135 probably now. So I know it's going to change what we went out with, but with the amount of people who have come back when it wasn't one of our top 5 things that we went out with saying, get on with this project, maybe we do need to show some intent.
I think we're still plucking at straws. If we put, say, 10 million in, we've got no guidance from NZTA over than what we've already got. And if it was determined we needed to put more in October, November of this year, we could do a special council resolution to do that. It will make, I don't think, any difference to our budget because it will hit in year 2 of the plan, which will be then rated for after in an annual plan.
Would that trigger consultations?
Possibly.
So I wonder whether Tony could give us a view if we change the amount, let's say significantly, would that require special consultation?
Thank you. Through the chair, if it is a significant increase, then yes, it would, and potentially it triggers an LTP amendment. It might be something we can dovetail in depending on the number into the next annual plan. But if we go too large, then we would most likely be triggering that SCP process with an LTP amendment.
Leah?
Just through the chair, Erin has just sent through the numbers, sitting quietly in the background there, and we have got design in year 1 as well. So we've spread it, the bulk in year 2 and 3, and you see that in the loan jump, if you think about when we saw the loan jump and the revenue and etc. But we have got design in year 1, still capital.
Design year 1, great. Richard?
I think to change it now is silly because we don't know what it's going to be, and to change it 2 or 3 million is not actually that. It could be in the measure of 10 times that. It could be 20 or 30 million more we need. So because we don't know it, there's no point in changing it. And as Tony's alluded to, in the next year when we do know the funds, we may have to go back to our long-term plan. That may change our rates. So because we don't know anything now, we're better to sit where we are, but have that in the back of our mind that it's going forward. So the good people of Ashburton need to understand that their rates may have to increase more than what we've said if the bridge doesn't go our way effectively.
And there may be a funding mechanism that comes in too, which may offset, which we don't know yet either. Councillor Todd?
I think that's fair. I think we just need to remember that during the election process, Mr Luxon was in town and said that the bridge would start in his first term. I'm sure he was well aware that that our commitment was $7 million. So I think we should be playing hardball. The ball is in his court, really. He knows we've got $7 million. He's promised to start it in the first term. So it's his call.
Yes, $7.5 million is not an insignificant amount either.
Yeah.
It's a reasonable significant amount. Lane?
Just a question. I don't really want to go any further with that, but can it be done in stages, or has to be done in one go? If we don't get it done.
It would probably take 2 years to build, I would think.
I don't know, and Neil might have a view, but even if you built it in stages, it's still one project. You need the bridge and you need to connect it up. So even if you took longer to build it, I think you would still say we're talking about the total project.
Yep.
Rob?
Thank you. Just on the money side of things, I think we have to keep in mind that it is just a contribution from this area to the bridge with the $7.5 million. We don't have to look like we're funding a significant amount. And I just wonder if you can explain clearly why NZTA want to dig their toes in or throw their toys out of the cot if the location of the bridge was moved, please.
I think there's two things in my estimation, Councillor. The first is the difference between the state highway and a local road. So if the bridge where it currently is was refurbished or rebuilt where it is, it's a state highway bridge, and that's 100% paid for by NZTA or Katahi, the government. When you move it from that site to Chalmers Ave, it's a local road, and therefore the funding of a local road is dictated to by normal subsidised roading arrangements via the FAR rate, and in our case that's 51%. So a lot of the discussion about the location is partly to do with very different funding mechanism for the state highway. In terms of the other debate about the location, it has been debated for a very long time, many years, where the best place for that bridge should be. In the independent business case, which considered 17 locations, not just the state highway versus Chalmers Ave, came to the view that Chalmers Ave was the best location. On the basis of that business case, Waka Kotahi has said they will not fund any other location. Now, if it was to be a repaired bridge over the state highway, if we couldn't get a deal on Chalmers Ave in the end, and there were further problems with the state highway bridge, and the government was forced to repair or rebuild the state highway bridge, that would be 100% paid by the government. But in terms of a new bridge, the only one that will get Waka Kotahi funding is Chalmers Ave.
Yes, you say that decision was made a very long time ago for that location of the proposed bridge. Over time and in recent times, traffic flow has changed significantly. Have we actually got it wrong? Does it need to be reviewed? Because as of recent, the backup of traffic is insane.
One of the issues Neil might like to comment further, but one of the issues around if that request for review is a argument for the state highway bridge being 4 lanes, is on either side of that you've got 2-lane road, and so one of the significant issues of congestion is that a flasher bridge at the state highway is unlikely to have significant congestion savings. So then you've got to do a whole lot of other work on the state highway north and south in order for that location to improve congestion. So So anyway, there's been many reviews by many people, and it's come to the conclusion of Chalmers Ave.
We'll come back to you, Rob, for your second go. Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. It's a bit of a funny one, isn't it? We don't want to dig too deep at the moment because a couple of numbers I've heard bandied around for our contributions could be 38%, which equates to 49 million, or 49%, which equates to 63 million. And our feedback would change dramatically if those two numbers were in play and not 7.5. So, yeah, we're at a funny sort of a stage at the moment, aren't we?
So once we know that number, which we will get to know,
When are we going to know that?
Probably November.
September.
Before then. September.
September.
September will, which is not far away. And if it is near those numbers you talk about, we will have to go back out and consult, because it could change whether Ashburton does want that bridge or not, because the cost would be immense to the ratepayer if the ratepayer was paying it, and probably unaffordable.
Yeah, a lot of us, I'm sure, will be putting our hands up and say, well, you do it, your problem. So how much work do we put in now with November figures likely to change?
Minimal for the next few months until we know that number.
There's also an issue in here around capital and the debt that would be required vis-a-vis how that debt is serviced. So at the moment we've got the $7.5 million as a capital contribution to the bridge, and we're servicing the repayments of that $7.5 million via rates. If we had to put significantly more in as capital, part of the conversation with the government is how should the significantly bigger contribution from this council, this community, how should that be serviced? How should that be paid? And we've heard the Minister talk about a review of the tolling legislation at some stage before the end of the year. We won't know that by September when the GPS is adopted, I don't imagine. But I think in there is the acknowledgement that while he might be expecting a bigger contribution than the 7.5, he's not then directly saying that has to be repaid via traditional ratepayer funding on that debt. Is there another way in which the debt can be serviced? So I think part of this debate is around the capital, and the 7.5 million may not be enough. Whatever that number is, then how can that local share be serviced? And that's where the impact for the community is, because if it's serviced in a different way to rates, then it may not be, the amount of the capital may not be quite as impactful as a straight ratepayer repayment.
The previous government offered to, in their GPS, which they'd had out, had this project in as 100% funded as a state highway project. So they must have got their numbers from somewhere. So what's changed with this government is a question I will have. May have already been asked. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. Just in response to Rob, as one who was sort of unlucky enough to be around when the bridge decision was made, it divided the community in half. Many public meetings in various locations that were as heated as I've ever seen. Split the council right down the middle to the stage where the mayor made the decision of the day with his vote. That's how close it was. It was split right down the middle. It was very contentious in the day, and I believe it would be again if we went back out there now. I think we just have to wait until we know more, and it's going to trigger, I believe, a high significance. So we will be going back out for public consultation as a standalone project for that. I believe we will be talking about this a lot more before Christmas rolls around. I don't think Santa Claus is going to come early.
The work that was done early on showed that the bulk of that traffic using this bridge now is local traffic. So removing half that traffic, local traffic, off that bridge will solve the problem. And many studies were done many years ago, and I don't think it would have changed much as to what the issue was then, which will still be today. So removing the local traffic will solve it. But Councillor Mackle.
Thank you, Neil. Beg to differ on your last comment there. That was a long time ago. And coming back to your statement, Hamish, about the 4-lane bridge stuck in the middle of the river with 2 lanes approaching either side of it, I believe there's a strong argument that 4 lanes could fit right through that section of road from north to south, right through town, to match up with the 4-lane bridge.
Okay, councillors, second bridge, status quo.
Just as you resolve that, Mr Mayor, we have had conversations with the Audit Office about how this is recorded in our long-term plan. For those councillors who were here 3 years ago, you might recall that we had the same similar debate 3 years ago. We included $7.5 million, but because the project was not hadn't yet appeared in the immediate future for the regional, the National Land Transport Program, the Audit Office said this project is uncertain, you can't be putting it in your plan, and they tagged our LTP last time. Council accepted that because they wanted to indicate to the community that this project was still important. This time round, because we're 3 years further up, the Audit Office has advised the Mayor and myself that they see this as an emphasis of matter, which is a step back from a qualification for this LTP. They recognise that the project is a lot closer than it's ever been before. It's within the system now, and the GPS and the National Land Transport Program is all indicating this project is important and likely to proceed. And while there is conversations around funding, they're not likely to tag us this time round if we include the project in the manner we intend.
Thank you. So,
Thank you. So further to that comment and update from Hamish with Audit New Zealand, they have picked up that the Canterbury Regional Land Transport Program has the project in there at $130 million, whereas in our LTP we have it in as $113 million. So I guess our advice to you as officers is for consistency. We should align with what the Regional Land Transport Program is stating. It doesn't change the number that we are committing in the $7.5 million, but it's for consistency. So we don't draw too much more attention from Audit New Zealand.
makes sense to align the two numbers. Nods, yep. Funded contribution, I think, still sitting at 7.5 until we have better knowledge, and there's no other. Thank you. Next item is key decision 2, 4, the stock order.
Mr Mayor, just to confirm so since we're in workshop mode, we've come to not a consensus is the word, we've had a look at it. So when does the decision actually get made? And because obviously we vote, do we vote for the whole thing or do we vote for individual parts of it? Because obviously some people may agree with others and disagree with other parts of the
Thursday we'll have that the council meeting on the Thursday to cement these decisions, which will then feed into the final decision on June the 26th or 7th. 6th. Yep. Welcome, Richard. Is this your baby, is it?
I think this baby has many parents.
I think it
Right, so the first thing we want to do is give you a bit of an overview of the feedback that came back via the LTP consultation. So Richard's going to take you through those slides.
Thank you, Mark. I believe Andrew Guthrie will be joining us very shortly, but I think we should crack on. Council received 1,193 submissions regarding stock water, which was key decision 4. 643 submitters, or 54%, would like to see Council exiting the stock water service by the 30th of June 2027. 280, or 23%, would like to see Council stay and invest. 132, or 11%, would like to see Council maintain the service with a closure program over time. And 138, or 12%, of submitters expressed no preference for any of the 3 options. Any questions on that slide?
Just to confirm that's people that submitted to the long-term plan. It doesn't take any weight into the size of some of the organisations or the people that submitted. So one person that submitted in, I'll say, Chertsey, had the same weight that maybe federated farmers that submitted across the whole district. That's just one vote each, isn't it? That's correct?
That's correct. I mean, it's not a scientific survey, it's just the results of the feedback that we received.
So, option 1 was the option of staying and investing, and the detailed information behind this summary is on pages 7 to 9 and 20 to 66 of the book on Key Decision 4. Several submitters raised the lack of viable alternatives, and in some cases officers are aware that there are alternative supplies of water nearby, and it may mean that in those cases the issue is not the availability of water, but the perceived cost of that alternative supply. A number of submitters right across all 4 options submitted on the importance of biodiversity and environmental benefits. And you'll recall, Council, that when you went out to consult, it was a bottom line with all of your options that natural watercourses and spring-fed waterways were to be protected, as well as areas of high ecological value. Drainage benefits were raised by a number of submitters. Some of them noted that controlling floodwater may protect roads and other assets, and that the benefit of protecting those assets hadn't been factored into the costs. The officer analysis is that some races will no doubt have drainage benefits, others may make little or no difference, and some may actually make flooding worse. Community needs to understand the overland flows and the drainage networks and make informed decisions on which to retain, which to close, and which need to be improved if they're to perform drainage functions. There were a number of other benefits identified: amenity values, aesthetic values, and cultural values. Council has already integrated mahinga kai and cultural significance, along with drainage and ecological benefit, into its water race bylaw and the race closure process that requires Arapenoa involvement. Aesthetic and amenity values are not covered by that process unless they're captured in other criteria. Another key reason that was given was affordability, especially for small landowners. And the key counter-argument that's emerged from submissions is that those costs are in many cases being borne by other people for a service that they don't use. Next slide. Resilience and other benefits, including the AF8 scenario and climate change. I think this is an issue that perhaps highlights a risk in identifying one particular asset as a solution to a multiple complex problem. The resilience of lifeline utilities is a civil defence and emergency management responsibility, as well as an asset management responsibility for utility operators. Having done a lot of work for Council over the last few years on climate change, it was slightly reassuring to see somebody coming through talking about climate change. And I think what it highlights is that climate change doesn't create a new risk, but it amplifies risks that we already knew about, like the risk of fire and flooding. Households, a number of households made reference to the fact that they rely on stock water for domestic purposes. I think it's important to underline that stock water has never been intended for potable use. It does present potential health risks, and there was a specific recommendation from National Public Health Service recommending that Council investigate and support alternative drinking water supplies. Also, there's some further officer comment from Mr. Catchpole and Mr. Wong. Mr. Catchpole points out that where people are using stock water for a single house, that's not captured by the drinking water regulations, so it's not strictly a council responsibility. And Mr. Wong has also explained the process by which new building consents are issued and the steps that council takes to ensure that people have got an appropriate source of drinking water. Aquifer recharge benefits were cited by a number of submitters as a potential benefit from the existing network, or a benefit that could be achieved by reallocating consented stock water. And it wasn't the only identified alternative use of consented stock water. A number of submitters suggested that the water should be left in races and drains to support diversity, or simply left in rivers and streams. And there were also submitters who supported reallocation for other economic use. And last key reason that was raised, or last key issue that was raised in terms of option 1, and this came up again across all 4 options, was around implementation and engagement, and that there was support for an inclusive, planned and informed approach to council's exit. Before going to option 2, I think this is a good opportunity to ask, is there any other issues that councillors have noted, or any questions in regard to the feedback on option 1?
One of the points there was about the AF8 and how the stock water would keep running. It's never really been discussed what would happen to the infrastructure at the top of the stock water races, or if you had a big thing. It's never been discussed around that point. What would happen to the infrastructure that supplied the races in an AF8? Would it fall into the ditch and not be usable, or because everybody assumes that because the race is running, it'll just keep running, but it must have come a bit closer to the fault line to start with. So I'm just interested in that point.
Yeah, we haven't done any risk analysis for the structures themselves, but it's fair to say that most of the network is fairly low tech, so it probably is fairly resilient. But yeah, never say never.
Councillor McMillan?
Thank you. We heard from a couple of submitters, I think on the Thursday, about wanting to stay and invest, wanting us to stay and invest, and they talked about the fish screens, and one of the submitters, I can't remember his name, but had quotes from someone for a fish screen that wasn't $7 million. It was a lot less than that. I think it was even less than $1 million. And we did end up getting sent some extra information, I think, via email. Is that something that we need to look into? Is that something viable?
I did have a look at the quote. It was provided to me. My understanding is the party that was approached was also approached by Becker when they were doing their concept work. Becker have advised that the company that was provided that quote didn't provide a big enough screen for the sites that we were proposing. I'd also say that the screen is only a very small subset of the project cost, because there's a lot of engineering to go into the approach channels and then the fish return channels and the bypass channels. So the fish screen quote itself is probably not necessarily representative of what the final number will be.
I think also listening to some submitters around the use of fish screens or fish exclusion devices is, and are they actually necessary, and what are you using them for? Native fish like to come and go. Why would you lock them in or lock them out of an environment they've been used to? And I know the RDR has a $17-18 million fish screen on, and its main reason is to keep the salmon in the river, not in the race, as they are migrating to the sea, and it works very well and does that. Some of these rivers that we have taken water from for stock water don't have salmon in them. So why are we putting a fish exclusion device on? I think and it's not a question you could probably answer. It's a question for the Environment Canterbury. Fit for purpose, or each location could have a different solution instead of one fish screen fits all. And I think it's a discussion to have with Environment Canterbury if we go as far as needing fish screens, or someone does. No answer to be given, but it's just a sort of a comment really, after listening to submitters, which I thought was good. Tony, is it Lane? Sorry.
Thank you, Neil. My question is, well, basically, farmers were quite keen to get out of it in 3 years, but there were also farmers here, and they were pretty good farmers, who were quite happy to do it, but over a longer time, just to make sure that we're doing things right. And it might be for biodiversity as well. So I know Christian is there. I'm not sure if he's allowed to say anything about it, but he's the man who knows about biodiversity. Does Christian think it can be done in 3 years, or do we need 5 years? Is it an option?
At the time of putting this proposal in, we felt 3 years is sufficient to do the work around assessing ecological and biodiversity values of the network. I think the comments that we heard in relation to 3 years being a short time frame, for me, was less about assessment for environmental benefits of the network and more about farmers coming to or examining and making decisions on alternative supply. So I don't think the 3 years is linked to the assessment of ecological values. I think the 3 years is assessed to exploring all options for other water supply on farm, and preparing to adjust to whatever that new regime might be.
I remember, I didn't put it down, but there was also another company who brings water around, and that lady was talking like she wanted to have a wee bit more time. I can't remember who it was, but it was, we had the three of them together, and a day later we had another lady coming in.
Yes, Mel from MHB, I think you might be referring to, but equally, and I may have this wrong, but my recollection is it was linked to the provision of alternative water as opposed to a straight assessment of the biodiversity values.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Rob.
Thank you. It was my understanding that the irrigation companies involved have all indicated that 3 years is more than enough time to pipe to any area that didn't have a alternative supply at the moment. And as far as the stockwater races go, it's also my understanding what water is running through the district at the moment gets contaminated from farm runoff, and that would be alleviated if it was piped.
Liz?
Thank you. The firefighting thing we had, especially up at the Mount Somers meeting, we had a lot of people talking about the races being used for firefighting. Do you know, is there any other option up there if the races were closed for, if they needed to? I know that the pipes you can hook in and everything, but we heard from a lot of people up at Mount Somers about firefighting, and a few of them made submissions, but not all of them.
Yeah, so what we've got to go on is, my understanding from FENS is that they don't see the stockwater network as a viable use for fighting fires. There may be some local activity that occurs, which maybe FENS don't know about, perhaps. In Mount Somers, it's not that far away from the RDR, so I would have thought that's probably a more suitable source of water, perhaps. But at the end of the day, all of those issues will be canvassed when we start developing programs for closure.
Other page.
At this point, what I'm going to do is pick up the new issues coming through under each option rather than restate what's already been covered. And the two new issues that came up were timeframe for closure and the submitters around the idea that this was, quote, not council business. The option 2 was an option that didn't actually have a time frame attached to it, but many people in response to or in favouring an option were commenting on aspects of other options that they didn't like. Across all the submitters, about 2/3 were in supportive of a 3-year time frame. About 1/3 supported more time, and the number that was most commonly cited was 5 years. We did have one submitter who felt that 3 years was too long, and we had a submission from Federated Farmers that argued for a 10-year time frame. I felt that a really important submission on time frame came from the water providers, who felt that you needed a time frame that was short enough to provide urgency so that people would make a decision, and that by having a longer time frame people would delay their decision and the chances for an economic option to emerge were impaired. In terms of those who argued that it was not council business, there were some counter arguments that council does have some public good role in relation even to an exited stockwater system, both in terms of biodiversity and land drainage, and perhaps even a role for those properties where no alternatives exist. The issue of implementation and engagement also, under option 2, some different angles and different opinions emerged on which groups to involve, which individuals to involve, and how they should be involved. And that it's safe to say that while there's a very strong community consensus from submitters around an inclusive, planned and informed approach, that there are differences of opinion on who's going to be part of that process. Any other points in regard to option 2 or questions?
Richard?
On page 10 of Stella, there's a comment made that under alternative not viable, it says troughs are not an option in areas with high nitrate levels, e.g. Hinds and Willoughby. And I probably failed to understand that one, because obviously 90% of the water in those areas comes from groundwater and troughs. And I don't think the animals have had any adverse effects, not that I can see or understand. But I'm just wondering why that comment's in, or what is it alluding to?
I've endeavoured, as to the best of my ability, to faithfully record what people have submitted. And as a townie of many years' experience in town matters, I would be loath to interpret this one.
I would fail to see the link between groundwater linkage and troughage use, because many of our farms in our county use groundwater for supplying stocks through troughs. So there's probably not a link between nitrates and drinking stock water, because if you measured the stock water quality in the stock races themselves, I'd be surprised if the nitrates in the E. coli wasn't actually higher than what you'd be wanting to feed stock give to stock to drink anyway.
I agree with you, that doesn't make sense, but the submitter didn't present, so we can't ask that question, which makes it more difficult. But I agree with you, it doesn't make sense, that statement that they've made. No more questions?
Okay. Option 3, this was the option that was council's preferred option. 2 new issues came through from submitters. The first of those was costs, and quite strong feedback in regard to people paying for a service that they don't use. In many cases, they're also paying for another supply. There were also comments that the the rating approach taken and the level of cross subsidy meant that the cost of stock waters being artificially lowered, and that this created a disincentive to change and a perception that other alternatives were more expensive than they really are. There was also a comment which I found interesting that, and I think this reflects the context of cost of living and cost of farming, and that those increases are being felt across the board. And one submitter said that for many years those who were paying for a service they didn't use recognised that there was a public good benefit in enabling supply to those who didn't have other alternatives, but their comment was that this tolerance, this public goodwill was eroding, and I think it just goes to the point that everyone's feeling the cost of living and it's becoming a catalyst for change. The other new issue that came through under option 3 was around farm management issues. And obviously this includes some of the operational issues like maintenance, but a number of submitters also referred to environmental compliance issues, difficulty complying with farm environmental plans, and one or two also mentioned something called advanced mitigation, which again, 30 years as a townie, I had to look that one up on Google, but it's around controlling environmental outcomes.
Right.
Next slide, mate.
Russell, question.
Thank you. In the LTP, we budgeted for a resource to, I suppose, assist with finding those races that, if this goes ahead, we think we should leave open. Did we put money in year 3, 4, 5 and 6 for then the cost of keeping those races to the general ratepayer? Did we put any money in for that? Because I don't think we did.
I don't think we did, no. We were exiting the service.
Yes, but we also said that there will be some races that will have to stay open for ecological reasons, which should then fall to the general ratepayer to fund.
Neil?
Yes, we did budget for years 3 onwards for a resource or some funding to keep it going as a watercourse and environmental reasons. So there has been budget from years 3 onwards.
How much do you know?
Andy, can you remember?
So that may be contracted to the irrigation schemes who deliver the water on our behalf. Depends who's looking after it, and the irrigation schemes have indicated they can do it through their submission. You got to find that number, are you, Andy? Is what you're looking for? Okay, we'll just move on to another question while you're doing that. Rob?
Yeah, a couple of questions. If some races are left open for ecological reasons, etc., wondering if that still comes back to the farmer, that property it runs through, do they still have to keep paying the current rate for that reason, or who's taken it over? And the other thing is, well, it's not really a question, but a feeling of we need to be careful of the squeaky wheel effect here. I think if we went out and gathered everyone together and had a show of hands, the amount of hands up for us exiting would be a lot stronger than those who want it currently going.
If I can perhaps answer that question, there would be no stock water rate for anyone to pay, and the ecological or the maintenance of water courses for ecological benefit, council has in the plan put towards is funded by the general rate. So everybody paying to maintain those water courses that have an ecological value.
Haven't located it yet, Andy? Keep looking and we'll keep moving on. Richard?
About that, now on the second of two slides on option 3, there were 2 new issues. One was a series of general comments gathered under the theme that the race network was outdated and inefficient, or simply outdated or simply inefficient. And there were submitters who pointed out that it did have other benefits as opposed to the simple distribution of stock water, and some people claimed that in fact the inefficiency of the network is what gave it its biodiversity benefits, because it provided ample supplies of water to support biodiversity. It was also noted that the network was a source of unmanaged aquifer recharge. Another theme that came through as a new theme was the theme that that current users must adapt, that they need to adapt, and this was particularly strong from this group of submitters, and there were some counter arguments, particularly around how can people adapt if they don't have a viable alternative, and a few people submitted that some people may need help with the process of adaptation. There were a couple of slightly new angles or new points made in regard to some of the previously identified issues. Support for the approach that Council has taken at Pudding Hill attracted some comment as a model for engagement on the exit going forward. And there were some other models that had inclusive and planned elements as well. And in terms of the time frame for closure, again, I mentioned this earlier, but the water providers said that the 3-year time frame was a go, and that the shorter time frame supports implementation providers to help develop economic options and provides an incentive for people to get on board.
Questions?
There's a question. The Pudding Hill model, could we do that in-house?
Not
Something
with
similar.
current resources. The Pudding Hill model only works because we've outsourced it.
Yes.
Sure.
It was not true that some of the other offers were almost dividing the county, the whole district, into parts where it is possible to have strong support from existing infrastructure, which is irrigation companies and those. In other areas that don't have any support, perhaps the Pudding Hill one was one that we looked at that didn't have support from farmer cooperatives there already. There's different horses with different courses almost. So when we say what is the outcome, it's not one fits all. There's different parts of the county that need a different outcome. So perhaps that relates back to, does that relate to the Pudding Hill experience? We'll say as one, but other areas the district could have a different experience, and the better outcome for them could be a different way of doing it.
Hamish?
By outcome, do you mean process? Yeah, so a different process might apply in different parts of the district to achieve the outcome. Yes, that is possible. One of the things I think we need to keep in mind is that, and it follows Andy's point, we don't have resource in this long-term plan to do ongoing assessment work in the manner in which we approached Pudding Hill. So if we are to repeat that, if we are to divide up the district into its constituent quarters, because each quarter might need a slightly different process, our view would be that we would require some additional resource in this long-term plan to achieve that. And I know it might not be quite ready, but Mr McCann and Mr Guthrie have been doing some work on that in order to try and bring that information to you as part of your consideration. I would remind Council what you did do was put some resource in to do the ecological environmental assessment of the network over the 3 years. So my recollection is $175,000 is included in this long-term plan to work on the assessment of the ecological values of the network to determine which should stay open and which can be safely shut. But that resource is not available for two things. We can't pivot an ecological assessment to then work out how sectors of the district can provide alternative water to various farming interests. So yes, we could follow a different process, and we can stage it, and we can do it across different geographies, but this plan doesn't currently have the resource, and it rested largely around the council's view was that the assessment of alternatives at the time of developing this draft long-term plan was best left to the market, to those that needed it and those that might provide it, and council didn't see they had a particular role in that work. But certainly a number of submitters suggested we did have a role, and we started to think about the merits of that, and if that was council's will, what resources would we need to add to this plan in order to do that piece of work.
That resource that we've budgeted for, now getting submissions and listening to the submitters, the work we get that person to do may change a little bit from what we've heard, perhaps. So the terms of reference may want to be discussed after we've done this whole process, because you've talked about closing water races, where some races won't close.
Indeed.
And some will, perhaps. But the irrigation, or whoever takes over providing the service, will indicate which races need to close, and I presume your person will then investigate to see whether it can or it can't. But it's just a little bit fairy at the moment until we get a clear direction.
Yes, it is. It is a little bit, but in my mind, we've got two very different skill sets required by those resources. So, the resource that is in our current plan is around the assessment of ecological and environmental values. Whoever does that will have a skill set that can do that competently and well over the currently the 3 years to make sure that we get that done properly. If there is to be work attached to assisting farmers to find alternative supplies, then that's a different skill set. So I don't think we can. Our view is that there's danger in cut and pasting the resource that's in this plan to now do two quite different things.
Yeah, it needs some thinking about. You may have the resource already in-house with your biodiversity officer to do some of that work, which you will say, I know that there'll be less work he will do on other stuff, and that might be probably be true, which is more important to do, and this may be, and the other stuff gets parked until such a time as this one's tidied up and then he moves to it. But discussion for another day, I'm sure.
Yes, well, I suppose we could review your brand new biodiversity strategy to alter timeframes on various things if this work was deemed to be more important.
Well, yeah, and we'll certainly have that discussion. So, Lane.
Just a question. Now we're talking about the races, we can't drink out of it, you can't swim in it, it's polluted. Where's the pollution coming from?
Most of the pollution flows from surface water flowing into the open drains from the
stock,
the farmland.
The stock,
yes.
Basically, is the way.
So it washes stuff into the drains when it rains.
So what happens if you take the races out? Where's it going then? Where's the pollution going? Does it stay on the farm? Or?
Well, you won't have stock access to them, so there will be no pollution. They'll be drinking out of a water trough. There'll be no overflow water getting into the stock race because it's not there. The pollution is, I suppose you need to define it.
It's one of those things.
It can just be sediment, dirty water, which is picked up, which you could call pollution if you wish, but depends how you define it, I think. Yeah. Richard?
In answer to that question, two of the submitters, HH Wet and MHV, have done extensive work in the Fish the Hontiaco zone around that pollution, and that's what they're doing at a very high level, and it perhaps answers one of Hamish's questions around the resource to do it. We have organisations that are specialising in that area, spending millions of dollars, knowledgeable, and I think one of the submitters talked about having a waterways that were clean and green with, you know, involvement of mahunga kai and all sorts of stuff. So they talked about that. But I don't think council wants to go down the path of that we know how to do it all and we're going to have to resource it all, because that would be the wrong path for us to go. We're better to partner up with other organisations and give them some of the responsibility to do it, because that will actually make it doable for us to get the outcome that everybody desires, rather than just stumbling along in the same way that we perhaps have been for the last few years.
And I think, through you, Mr Mayor, that's a really good point, and the partnership approach is what's not currently in our long-term plan. So we would, I think, if we were to be involved in assessing alternative supplies of water, that has to involve lots of other parties. But at the moment, we don't have any resource to act in any capacity with that, either to pay someone else to coordinate it, to facilitate it, to do any thinking about it. We just simply aren't providing for that in the long-term plan, but I completely agree it would need to be a partnership approach.
Russell?
Thank you. Some submitters discuss the cost of change, and particularly like sheep farmers, who at the moment, their return on their investment at the moment is particularly low. And if they have to spend a lot of capital, they're not sure where they're going to get it from. So I think we need to bear that in mind. And then there are some areas in our county, especially above the RDR, that are very difficult to get water to. So I think there are some things we have to consider also while we're making this decision. It's not just open or closed. There are some other side things I think we do have to think about.
Yeah, and in that instance, above the RDR, where it's difficult to get to, the race just may stay open. The service may carry on, but run by others, perhaps. We're exiting, not closing, is what we said. Rob?
Just a question on the ecological biodiversity, however you want to look at fish life in the river, in the water races. If those races were to remain open for those reasons, my understanding is under national standards they would have to be totally excluded from stock. Is there an indication that some of the areas that couldn't get water as such, would that still, is it council's intention to have that still available to stock users, or would it then go to the national standard and have it totally excluded from stock?
I don't know.
I think that needs to be strongly looked at, because we're talking all the good things about biodiversity, but I would say some users out there would think if it's going down that lane, they would think, hey, we're still going to have stock water available, and they won't.
The whole submission process for me has been enlightening, and I never knew there was so much biodiversity in these water races of mussels and freshwater crayfish and eels and so forth. I didn't think that existed, because we've been told the races are polluted and they don't have anything in them because of the pollution. And I now know they're obviously there because we've seen photos of them. Have we been misled on the pollution of these races? Don't know. But conflicting information has been coming through the submission process of a thriving water race with biodiversity in, but it's polluted. Doesn't make sense, or does it? No question there, statement.
And I was just going to comment, do you think that depends on where that person was situated? So a lot of the submitters that we heard from were up in the foothills, and they were talking about the biodiversity and what they had in their streams, whereas I think further down by the coast, there's other people that are talking about the pollution. So I don't know.
It could be. On the northeastern side of the district, there's very few water races left. They're pretty well all gone over the years. Richard?
When will we have the discussion around, just to understand when we can ask the question around some of the submitters who, you perhaps, Councillor Ellis alluded to it, the dryland sheep farm that has water races. When do we have that discussion around those submitters? Because you could say there's a block of, I would call farms that have been, they're very long generational farms in Canterbury, but haven't, in any district, as in any business or any land, when it develops over time, there are some people that don't develop. There's the picture of the New York with the wee house in the middle of all the skyscrapers, and that perhaps could be seen as some of those farms that are in areas which are perhaps some of the ones that some have gone to market gardening, and those are still sheep farms, unirrigated sheep farms. So what's the duty of the council to protect the water races in those areas when many of the other, you would say, the land use change, and that area has actually changed from what it was in those things. So when do we have a discussion around what is the merits of that as an argument for stock waters remaining open?
We're discussing that now.
We are?
Yep.
So I would have it that the merits have weakened over time, because if we want to grow economically in a district, things change. It's even if I use the analogy of putting the second bridge in, some of those people would not want to have a bridge there, but those land uses those houses are bought by us so that we can put a new road in to make a bridge for the common good. So that analogy could be chucked across some of those farms with stock water, with the ones with races that want them just open. They may have to change to different types, and it may be a cost, but that's the cost of economic development and time moving on.
Andy, have you got an answer to that?
Yeah, so just in relation to the budget provision, so we're showing the stock water activity going to zero from year 4 onwards. And we've allowed, so that the stock water activity is around that 1.5 million mark. We've allowed for rural stormwater, which is a 273 cost centre, that's general rate funded. And that's being lifted from 51 in year 3 to 786 in year 4. Now that 786 that's year 4, and it progressively heads downwards to 600,000 normal operating.
Have you a breakdown of what the 786 are used for?
I have got a breakdown, but generally the maintenance side of that figure is 150,000. So that's what we're allowing for ongoing maintenance of whatever's left behind. And then some of those other costs which at the time I was asked to do this budget, I didn't have an answer for. So there's 120 for the irrigation cost associated with RDR's participation. So there's a few things in there which I just did the best guess on.
Okay.
Okay, we've got a couple more slides to go through just to sort of wrap this one up in terms of the feedback. So if I can.
But just a comment on the numbers. You're budgeting 1.5, I think, in the next couple of years for stock water. If we stayed in it, that 1.5 won't be 1.5. We'll have to fish green. We'll have to new culverts. It could be 2 to 3 to 4.
Yeah.
You won't have done any work on that, I assume?
No, I haven't done any work on that.
But it won't be 1.5 going forward?
It'll be north of 1.5.
Way more, because it needs a huge upgrade.
Yeah.
Sorry, mate.
Okay, option 4, no new issues but a couple of new angles. Under implementation engagement, we had the submission from Federated Farmers that suggested a 10-year time frame, and also felt that it needed to be paused while all the best information was gathered to inform decisions, which is an interesting point to recount in relation to the debate or discussion you've just had about, what do you believe about pollution. And I guess the important thing is to actually get good quality information to support those decisions. My conclusion on what the various submitters on implementation and engagement were saying was that they want a successful, long-lasting outcome, and that the best chance of that is by talking with the right people in a planned way and on the basis of good information. So there was a question asked earlier about council doing it with its own resources, and you heard clearly from the officers that we haven't resourced to do this whole process in-house, and we don't have all the expertise to do it in-house. But I'd suggest to you that even if you did have the resources, you'd still want to take a partnership approach, because that's the best way of getting community buy-in and a long-lasting solution from a community buy-in perspective, as well as the other outcomes that you want. The other new point that came through under option 4 related to ecological benefits, and there was a detailed submission on the Harris Scientific Reserve as an example of restored biodiversity that is supplied water from the stock water system.
Just Richard.
I note that in that group you've put MHV Water, which is interesting because they talked about being able to do the transition within a year for a lot of providing alternate service sources, and talked about the environmental flows, and talked about quite a collaborative partnership going forward. So I note that you could say that would normally be not in conflict, but in some of the real environmental groups and MHV are in the same spot almost, you'd say. So is that what do you think? Was that outcome an interesting outcome, or what is that? Where did we see that one landing? Is it what did you expect? Or?
I thought there were two things that were really of value to council from the entire engagement with the water providers. One is that you got a really clear response that yes, they wanted to be part of the solution, and in some parts of the community that was an uncertain element, and the fact you've got certainty is a really good thing. I think it's the different. There were nuances in the feedback across the irrigation companies, and I think that links to the sort of horses for courses observations that you made yourself, Councillor Wilson, and a number of other submitters did as well, that you're not going to have one solution that works exactly the same in all parts of the district. And I thought it was, I think all of the irrigators recognised that there was an issue to be addressed around the ecology, and they made other points that were also quite valid. I thought ALL made the point that actually getting a good early indicator around which are the most important races is going to be helpful to getting there in the 3 years. My recollection of the submission from MHV around time frame was that Mel Brooks was confident that it could be done, but she also described it as challenging, and that you need to have a good plan and you need to make sure you hit your milestones. So I didn't recollect, which may be a flaw in my recollection, that she believed it could be done in 1 year, but she may well have said that parts of it could be achieved quite quickly early on. I have to go back and re-listen.
I could probably clarify that, Richard. I think it was around the getting alternate sources of water in the Ruapuna area. I think she was talking about. Right. Yeah.
Would take a little bit longer because there need to be a plan there. Yeah.
Okay. So this slide is kind of an intro to a debate, if you're ready to have that. I just saw this as kind of the key points, the high level points, and points which help give a steer. So I felt on balance there was support for change. You had 54% in favour of option 3, and you had other people who said if you're going to make this change, then you need to look after this or that. I thought it was key that the water providers want to be involved, and they were clear that the decisions need to be commercially robust. They supported option 3. They supported the 3-year time frame, and I haven't talked around the funding, the financing and revenue policy, because I've taken those submissions and transferred them into the other policy process, but they were supportive of changes to funding. Supporters widely supported the protection of important ecological values, the achievement of good land drainage outcomes, and they supported farmers continuing to have the water they need. supporters need an inclusive, planned and informed transition, as to how this will be achieved, and you could use the word a partnership approach as well. Some submitters talked a bit about the surface water strategy, and in particular they talked about one of the objectives, which was to work collaboratively. I thought it was also interesting to reflect back on the overarching aim of the surface water strategy, which is that the social, economic, environmental and cultural values of the district's surface water resources are supported and managed sustainably. I think Council's exit is going to be a really important catalyst, and as long as it continues to take the district's surface water in the direction of supporting and managing sustainably its values, then that's a great thing for this district. The other objectives touch on a couple of the other themes. One is about recognising, managing the different values of the stock water network. Another is about managing and improving stormwater and overland flows. And the fourth objective was to support the Canterbury Water Management Strategy, which in itself is dealing with competing water values. So, and I think the last point has already been discussed, that a successful exit is anticipated to cost more than Council has currently budgeted, and I think we heard that from all of the water providers and not only them. So those were my thoughts on some of the key feedback. You have spent more time listening to this than I have. So you'll have your own thoughts, but that's all I wanted to say at this point.
Just on your last comment, the exit is anticipated to cost more than Council's budget. On what basis are they submitting on that? Where do they get their information from for that?
I think you heard from the water irrigator, the water providers in particular, but they felt that the cost of the service was artificially low, partly because of cross-subsidy within the rating system, but also because Council has for a number of years, I think, operated in the expectation that it would eventually get out of this business, that races would close and then it would get wound up. And if you have that view, then you don't invest millions in bringing your stock water network up to 21st century standards. So it was the irrigation providers in particular who I valued that feedback, because if you ask the question, who are the most expert people in our district about delivering water for agriculture in a commercially sustainable model, it's your irrigation companies.
Thank you. Russell.
Thank you. A question for Andy. A lot of submitters talked about stormwater and the effect that the stock water races have with runoff and that sort of thing. In your opinion, do you believe there are some races that would benefit staying open for a stormwater purpose? Because we sort of didn't include that. We said ecological reasons, but if there's one or two that have to stay open for stormwater reasons, we'll have to somehow build those in if that was what was intended.
Yeah, I, from my part, I always thought there would be some that would be required for stormwater, perhaps in isolation. But I think in some of my staff notes, I did make the comment that Council may have to consider how it deals with that, because they might have to be formally gazetted as drains in order to afford the protection they would need.
Just one further comment to follow Richard's comment about the state of the infrastructure, and we did hear from the irrigation companies in that regard in terms of the network needing some investment, but we also heard from submitters talking about the need for a transitional plan, and I think the costs of preparing and then implementing that plan goes a little bit to the resource we discussed earlier around how do we play our part in the partnership that inevitably is needed, but what's our role in that development and partnering inside a transitional plan. So I think there is cost in there as well that isn't currently in the budget.
Yeah, Rob?
Yeah, one of the key things from withdrawing from any war or battle, but we're withdrawing from, or looking like we're withdrawing from Stockwater, and one of the key things there is never leave a man behind. At this stage, it looks like the irrigation companies are able to supply everyone. Some submitters that came forward, their biggest thing was the cost of connecting to that. Is there some way council can assist those people financially that can't afford to connect, like a long-term interest-free loan, anything like that? Is council in a position to do something like that, or help them work with banks or whatever?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think there's a couple of issues to weigh up. There are many farmers who have already made their alternative arrangements at their own cost, and so council would need to be mindful of what has gone before as you contemplated assisting the last few. There is no doubt that council has the ability to financially assist in this regard, but you would want to do it pretty carefully, I would think, because there is a whole host of other property owners who have made changes needed and paid themselves. So you'd have to consider it very carefully. In terms of facilitating and standing beside as conversations were held with other funders that didn't involve council and perhaps the more actively assisting, that would be much easier to manage.
Richard, have you got any more slides, or is that your last one? That's them, right.
We just, have the questions you might want to answer.
Right, just hold to there, Mark, and we're going to stop.
Yep.
And we're going to have a cup of tea, and we'll come back and answer these because they're not going to be done in 2 minutes, and
Yep.
the teapot's getting cold.
No worries.
break, and Andy, I think you've got a map you'd like to show us, have you? Of where irrigation companies are and where
If you go to the
water
second
races are. Is that what
Yeah.
it is? Or leave it to you.
Yeah, so apologies, it's probably a bit hard to read, and I was a bit short of time, I couldn't give you a legend, but effectively this shows the coverage of the various irrigation schemes and stockwater schemes. So from the top you'll see a sort of a magenta colour, that's the Spaxton Stockwater Limited, so they're a private provider of stockwater. The yellow shaded areas is coverage of the BCI scheme. The green colouring, that is Ashburton Lyndhurst. And then the other colour on the south of the Hinds there, that's MHV. There is, I have endeavoured to show the reticulation as well. So in the Alice, in the Ashburton Lyndhurst area, their reticulation is that pink line work that you see there. And BCI, it's not showing up. It's yellow anyway. So if you see any yellow lines, that's their pipe work. That's now the data I've compiled this from is probably 2 or 3 years old, so it may be different on the ground now, but that's a snapshot.
Where's the Ruapuna area that one of the irrigation companies said they may have to run some pipes to?
Yeah, I think that's the sort of the gap there on the left-hand side, on sort of upper Hinds area, around below there. Yeah, about there.
Yeah.
That's sort of Ruapuna, pretty stony country up there.
Yep. Good, thanks for that. Richard?
Before we take the map down, there's a couple of points I'd just like to everybody look at. We've missed out the Ian Mackenzie we've been put in the Ivelton irrigation scheme, which is sort of down below Tynwald, sort of to the. You need to go to the right a wee bit from there, sort of up in there. That's the Ivelton irrigation scheme. So there is a scheme down there which operates by supplementing the drains and then sucking the water out of the drains. And also the HH wet area, which is from the Rangitata River on the left, right across to the Ashburton River on the west. So that's where there's a targeted rate that funds MAR and its environmental outcomes, a whole lot of outcomes for positive for the environment and the groundwater. So that's effectively, you could say, is half of the county is supported through the HH wet, which quite for the irrigation seems supported in that. So it's trying to break up the elephant into small pieces, probably what I'm trying to allude to.
And down the Ivelton area, the groundwater's not that far away, so it's easy, it's simple and cheap to drill a well. Liz?
Thank you. The Spaxton Water Scheme, which is that pink bit up the top there. So obviously that's a private group that got together and decided to do that. How hard, easy, whatever would that be to replicate, say, in the Ruapuna area or somewhere like that with a group of, I mean, we heard from some pretty passionate submitters on Wednesday, Thursday regarding that, and could they do that? I mean, I'm sure anything's possible, but what's your views?
Look, I think the people that deal with this stuff day to day are probably, they're well placed to organise themselves into these groups sort of organically. Spaxton was one of those examples where it was a bunch of like-minded people that just basically coalesced and did the scheme themselves. Council did contribute some water to them, so we transferred, I think in total now we've transferred 30 litres a second from our, it's a Pudding Hill take, so that's their consented volume of water. So that model could certainly work, and certainly if we were to utilise the sort of the Pudding Hill template, that's what you could potentially do. Pudding Hill's a wee bit more expansive because it covers quite a big geographic area.
Yeah.
Can you just show us the Pudding Hill area? May zoom in, or even.
Yeah, that might be tricky. So if you follow that, in that pink area there, the Pudding Hill intake is up and around that top there. So that green line to the left. Yeah, that's the Pudding Hill main. And when it takes that sort of sharp bend, the second one, that then becomes Mount Harding Creek. So we're supplementing Mount Harding Creek to the tune of about 300 to 400 litres a second. So the Pudding Hill, the coverage map for Pudding Hill is right down the true right bank of the Rakaia River, basically from the RDR right down to, almost Rakaia.
What's that blue line on there?
The blue line is the Spaxton network. So that's their pipe network.
Right.
I think they've, from memory, they had pretty much 100% coverage above the RDA. And certainly when Mr. Wright was doing the work for the Pudding Hill investigations, they were considered as a potential supplier for some of our people below the RDR, but the economics of extending into that area didn't approve to be there.
Could you just point out where we see Spaxton's, the shaded red?
Yeah.
Where the Pudding Hill area is?
Well, it's
That's Spaxton, is not.
big pardon?
Where the mouse is, that's where Spaxton is.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, what area does it go to?
It's not an area in itself. It's only the area of races affected by the closure of Pudding Hill. So it's that long strip of race network that runs right down the right bank of the Rakaia River. So that's sort of, when I say the Pudding Hill area, I mean all the races that are supplied by the Pudding Hill intake.
Okay. Liz, you still got a lot? You late?
Where is the intake? Where's the water coming from? So it's coming out of the Pudding Hill stream. Okay.
How many litres a second, do you know?
Consented for 470, but we're usually using about sort of 300 habitually.
Lane, just another question?
No.
So from the map, we have, effectively, if I read it right, we have three different ways that water's provided. The Spaxton one is where we have the intake and provide the water to a private company that provides the water for stock water, is that right?
So they've got their own intake, but we transferred some of our consented volume to them. So they didn't have a take of their own until we transferred our supply.
So they have their own intake.
They have their own intake infrastructure.
So the closure of the Pudding Hill one, because we haven't seen the outcome of that yet. So that's a case of. So you talked about the Pudding Hill intake being closed. Is that effect what we're saying? That would affect some of the Spaxton suppliers. Is that right?
No, it wouldn't. They've got their own consent now. We've transferred our allocation to them, and they hold their own consent.
Okay. And then so probably the other outcomes on this plains is the Ashburton Lintus irrigation scheme. We've got an agreement with them where we've transferred some water to them, and they provide stock water to their irrigators. And then we have in the MHE, in the other side of the catchment, where we actually do the 100%, and there's no stock water provided by the irrigation scheme. So sort of there's three scenarios of providing, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rob?
Thank you. Andy, Spaxton, have they, if they've got their own consent intake, etc., have they got a fish screen in place, or are they still working on that?
No, they have an infiltration gallery in the bed of the river.
Sorry, could you explain what?
Imagine pipes that percolate water into the pipework. So it's effectively, it's just pipework which is buried below the bed of the river, and it allows water to percolate into the pipework, and that's how they withdraw their water. It works because they're only sourcing about 30 litres a second. It gets harder the bigger the volume you're talking.
Richard?
When I look at the map, I see a lot of reds and yellows and blues and yellows, which are the other irrigation or the providers that came in and talked to us about being able to service stock stock water and provide stock water. I see that covers a lot of the county. I do acknowledge that there is some spots, some pimples across it, you'd say, that aren't part of those schemes and part of them, but they've sort of perhaps, could we make a condition on them that they provide water to those ones? Is there a way we can do that, or what could we do to simplify it up?
I don't necessarily think we could condition them, but for what it's worth, Ashburton Lyndhurst have indicated a willingness to consider supplying stock water at least to properties outside their immediate boundary. So some of those pockets you're talking about could potentially get serviced through that arrangement.
Yeah, the irrigation companies, when they submitted, indicated they could cover the bulk of the area that we provide stock water, apart from a few areas, and those areas will become obvious if we decide to exit, and they'll look at solutions, I understand, to address them. Yeah. Further questions, Richard?
You've done this for a long time, Andy, so you'll get it. How would you see the transition happening? Because we've seen this, how would you see I think somebody used a structured process for transition, was one of the submitters said. How would you see that? Would you say, you start at the fin or start at the end, or how would you do that process? How would you see it working?
I haven't got the answers, to be honest. I think this will be a case of creating some sort of strategy or transition plan, and we will identify the easy stuff to be initiated first, and then progressively get into the more difficult areas. In terms of some of the areas that the irrigation companies have indicated less of an interest, certainly those spring-fed drains adjacent to the Ashburton River, likes of Lagmore Creek and Shepherd's Brook and places like that. It doesn't sound like they would be that keen to take them on because there are some additional complexities with those areas, and that's probably where we're looking at some of that ecological waterways that might have to be retained.
And they obviously would have to stay open because you cannot turn a spring off. It will run.
Yeah, in some cases our take is right beside Environment Canterbury cut-off drains, so there could be a potential to shut them down, but yeah, I mean, you're talking Lagmore Creek, you're talking about things that are known to be creeks, so I think logically it sounds like they would be retained.
So yourself and the water rangers will have knowledge of all that, where it can be identified case by case.
Yeah.
A solution. Yeah. Richard?
Could you make comment on the Ashburn Domain and the Tynwald Domain ponds, because they're obviously very visible stock water fed bodies, you'd say. How would they, do they have logical ways of providing them, or what's the?
I haven't looked at the Tynwald pond, but I have looked at the Ashburton pond and the retention of a flow. It's sort of part and parcel of Mill Creek and the future Mill Creek, so there could be. It's a lot of race, but there could be an argument to retain the Winchmore intake purely for supplying that Mill Creek and the Domain pond. But again, other people than me can make those calls. We can provide the information, but ultimately it'll be a council decision.
Rob?
Thank you. With the spiderweb over mid-Canterbury at the moment with stock water, and there's been talk of that water seeping through and recharging aquifers, and the other side of that, if that is leaching through to those aquifers, if it was taken away, would that dilute, but would it lessen the amount of nitrates in the deep aquifers?
Look, I don't know. That's beyond my expertise.
It's just
that
two
would
arguments
require
there of,
a bit of discussion, yeah, a bit of investigation.
Russell?
Thank you. As I said earlier, I think one of my biggest concerns here that there could be a very small pocket, and I agree it would only be small, of farmers who may be left high and dry, literally, with no real economic way of getting their water, and I'm just not sure what we do with those ones. That in principle, I agree with the closure, but I don't want to see anyone left high and dry, or made it so that it was so uneconomic they have to walk off their farm. So that would be my biggest concern.
Yeah, Liz.
I'd agree with that. I think some of the submitters we had, especially that came in and spoke, really made that point. And I don't know if there's I hate to call it a hybrid model or something that that we could do to.
Yeah, we can look at anything we're asked to look at. I think one of the issues, and of course it's behind the entire examination of the stockwater network, is that most of us would accept that the costs don't fall where they truly lie. And one of the problems with the stockwater system is a lot of people paying significant amounts of money for a system that they're not using and don't want, that is keeping the water race viable elsewhere in the district at a cost that the person that does want it is not bearing. And one of the issues in terms of keeping the supply going to those ones that Councillor Ellis and Councillor McMillan are sort of referring to is who should pay? Who should pay for the provision of historical levels of price to keep that piece of the district viable? Because at the moment they're not paying the true cost because others are bearing the cost, and so it's a very difficult process to make the change to the way in which the costs are borne and have a hybrid approach, because you're going to have to decide who should then be paying for the true costs of getting the water to the place that has a historical level of cost.
Two more questions. We're going to move on to another slide. Richard?
I think you want to differentiate between supply and reticulation. They're two different things. So water to your gate, provided at your gate. If you live up and if we drill right at the top of the plains under the foothills where some, they've drilled very deep and haven't got any water, that's a different situation to someone who's perhaps, the Mayor alluded to it, right down in the Eifelton area where the water is very shallow, that doesn't choose to do it. That's quite different. But then reticulation is, I think we have to remember that under freshwater plans, we're not allowed, all stockwater races have to be fenced off for any dairy animals, so they are fenced off. So reticulation now is almost by default going to troughs. It's not the choice to do that is getting less and less each day anyway. So reticulation is one argument and supply is the other. So we don't get the two confused when we're talking about supply to people.
Russell?
And I was just going to say a very similar thing, that I don't think that those people I was talking about would be too concerned about having to pay a bit more for their water supply. It's the cost of the infrastructure they'd have to put in their farm over the next 3 years with pipes and troughs and things that, could end up being $400,000 or $500,000. Yeah.
Yes, but if we stay in stockwater and we have to do fish screens, then the cost for those that remain in the stockwater is going to be astronomically different to it is now.
And some submitters have said that they don't want, use or wish to have stockwater, but they pay for it. And the ones that below them that they do want, could they pay their costs for them? There's I read a couple of them, which would put the cost to the ones at the bottom who say they require it up enormously if we stayed there. So whatever happens, the price is going to go up, whichever method we go for.
Just one quick comment. If you notice on the map, you'll see some of the stockwater races go down and stop. They're going into soak holes, which, and currently HH Wet is trying to get consents to do MAR to put into soak holes. So don't think the two are the same outcome. Our stockwater is just plonking in the ground, whereas HH Wet is a controlled mechanism where it's controlled by where the groundwater is, and the quality of the water is a huge environmental outcome, which is better through a controlled MAR or controlled aquifer improvement rather than just digging a hole and tipping it in. So that's something that some of the submitters talked about, the stockwater changing. You would improve that outcome. It's happening a bit, but you would make it a more controlled better outcome for the environment. That would alleviate, will help alleviate the nitrate problem that we have.
Andy, have you got another PowerPoint there?
Sorry,
with-
I've just provided 3 maps. So there was one in the network without the schemes, and then the third one was just a close-up of the HH area.
Yeah.
So just talking to that map, HH Wet in previous discussions and approach to council, they have indicated an interest in some of our races, and what I've done is I've shaded them with that white outline. So there's a number of races, there's one race which is currently feeding their number 1 site on Fraser's Road, but then there's a number of other races which they would be interested in from a water conveyance point of view.
And in conjunction with MHV, who also has irrigation, so that we work together.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Richard?
I think at the moment, though, that is just using stock water. That's not using MHV infrastructure. So the two hadn't melded together, but I think MHV alluded that they would look to use their infrastructure. It's about getting rid of one race, not having 2 races beside each other, having one which then the farmer will protect environmentally and plant around it and enhance it rather.
Yeah. Just to that point, the line that is running horizontally parallel to the highway, about along there, that has a MHV main race running within a metre of it. And they run for kilometres parallel to each other. So that's the type of rationalisation which would come from MHV.
And this map's 2 years old, you say?
The data I used was based on stuff from about 2 years ago.
So the little thin blue lines, some of them will have disappeared over that time.
Possibly, yeah.
There's closures have happened. So have you got a slide on some dollars, cents?
Oh, well, I haven't got a slide, but I'll talk you through it.
Okay.
So, in essence, we were asked to go away and look at what additional resourcing we might want to put in if we were going to take a bigger and perhaps more measured approach to withdrawal. The total project cost that I came up with is 400,000. So that's up from the 175 we've already budgeted.
Per annum? Per annum?
Per annum. And that's the high range. I've decided to stay on the high range at this point. That includes a dedicated project manager to look after the project. It deals with ecological investigations, Arawhenua participation. We would have to support them in being part of the project. Legal expenses, professional services, GIS mapping and administration. So I think all of those things would be required to have a successful chance for a project team. Now, we've got budgeted 175,000 in the Stockwater area. We also have in the Stockwater area an investigations account of 17,000. And in 275, which is where it's district water management, but it's where the zone committee lives, there is also a $55,000 budget there. So in total, we've got 247,000 in year 1 available to utilise. And also, I've got forecast favourable variances of year 1 of another 260,000. So year 1, I think we've got about 500,000 available to cover a $400,000 budget. So I don't think we've got a problem for this arrangement in year 1. In year 2, we would need to beef up the 275 investigations budget from 55,000. We would have to add another 46,000 to that in year 2. that would be the extra required. And then in year 3, we would have to add an additional 150,000. So year 1, we could meet this revised budget through carryovers and existing funding. Year 2 would need a slight top up, and year 3 would need a 150k top up.
Thanks for that. So that's the dollars sorted, Liz.
I'm a wee bit just on the left field, but I don't know who can answer this, but the Klondike storage, whatever you call it, pond. There you go. What will that mean for those people up in that top sort of Ruapuna area?
For nothing for them. For the rest of the district, irrigate now reliability, better reliability of irrigation water in a climate changing world.
Right.
Storing water
So
for use when it's dry.
Yeah.
The benefits will be from the existing irrigators. Russell?
Thank you. Just a question for you, Mr. Mayor. I assume someone's keeping tally of if we start adding this extra money and where we're at and the impact it has year 1, year 2, year 3 and those sorts of things, so that we can a bit later on have a look at where we're at.
Tony and Richard describing, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. We just need the direction from
Yeah,
council
which
before we
we'll
start
get them in.
writing it down. Yeah.
Moving on. Question. What we before not quite decision mode, but you've got the submissions. You've read them. Are there any? We won't go through them one by one because you've all read them. Are there any highlights in there that you would like to discuss from reading them? And I'll just make a couple of comments that reading the submissions, there's a lot of emotion in there. People are concerned about the cost of upgrading. People say they're past their use-by date. And there's false truths in there as well, which I've one submitter offsets another. A lot of fish life in there. Fish greens requirement, do we or don't we? There's lots of assumptions in there about other people's situations. I've noticed other people need these water races, and which I've noticed. And also talk about stormwater, more clarification on where stormwater would go. The irrigation companies told us there's alternatives. There are alternatives. And yeah, that's sort of my highlights have come out of the submissions. Richard?
And I'd support that view, and I also think that when you look at the maps, some of the areas which some of the submitters have talked about are in the areas which aren't supplied by irrigation schemes, and some of those streams being augmented could be as a very good environmental outcome. If I talk about, I think you suggested some of the drains races beside the Ashburton River, which again they link to the domain. So there's linkages that are actually natural linkages rather than, they're not actually things you wouldn't do. So I don't think what we're talking about is wholesale change and that it's a environmental disaster. We're actually looking to enhance the environment rather than derogate. It's the word I think I'm using.
And also note, the irrigation company said that if a person who wanted stock water, their pipes were nearby or on their property or close, that they don't irrigate, they wouldn't need to be a shareholder, but they would supply them water. Richard or Mark, have we got the next last slide? So there's questions there to be answered. Which option, councillors, do you want to be included in the long-term plan? Option 1 was stay and invest. Option 2 was depart over time. Option 3 was exit by 2027, I think. And option 3 was the most favoured option from the feedback that we got. The floor is yours. Or do you just want to go straight to a vote? Or a show, and not a vote, indication, that's the word. Richard?
I'd talk in favour of option 3, which is exit the scheme. But I think to the people that would say that we shouldn't be going in, I think a lot of the big submitters that talked about that actually had a really strong commitment to the environment and HH sale and that is something that they're passionate about. So they're not looking at just shutting it off and walking away. They're looking at providing, that's why there was some uncertainty around where we, especially maybe at times, where we put them, shut or other options. I think that's the pattern that you're seeing. And if we could get that as an outcome where we had clean waterways, a few strategic ones running from the hills to the sea, providing life to the drains, providing life to some of the waterways with good mahangakai and all that sort of stuff all through them, that would be a fantastic outcome for the district.
Yeah, Russell?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm also in favour of option 3. I still do have concerns for that small pocket of people, but with Andy's explanation of the extra budget that's going in, I think there's some money there to not monetary assistance, but human assistance, if you like, in being able to work through solutions for those people. So, yeah, I would be in favour of option 3.
Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, coming from a retail background, for over 50 years, retail evolved and changed over that time that I was involved in it. And I've also looked at the farming sector over the same time, and that's evolved as well. And over that time, there's been winners and there's been some losers in both sectors. And the same thing's probably going to happen with water as well. There's going to be a lot of people who'll be happy, but there'll be a few that aren't happy. And I don't know how you fix the people who may miss out. There's going to be a few that miss out, and I don't know the answer to that. But I'm guided by what people have said here, and the majority are in favour of option 3, and that's the way I'll go.
Thank you. Rob?
Yep, thank you. Absolutely in strong view that option 3 is the way to go. It's very clear that there is going to be no one left behind. There are options. I see the district as a large farm, and lots of Ruapuna, that there are absolutely options to put pipe up there for those residents, and yeah, option 3 for me.
Liz?
Yep. Probably similar to Russell in that I don't want to see anyone left behind. But option 3, but I'm tending towards 5 years instead of 3 years, because I just think a little bit of extra time may be beneficial to those people who need it.
Thank you for your indication. Blaine?
I'm basically looking more for 2 than 3 on the moment. I find it almost getting pushed. I know it can be done. Sometimes if you go a wee bit slower, you don't make mistakes. So that's my feeling on the moment.
What option were you, Lane? Option 2. Which? Phil?
Option 3 for me, and take comfort from what the irrigation companies told us.
I think we've gone around everybody, and I think the consensus is option 3, which is exit, and there may be some debate on Thursday when we make the decision with a time. So, good direction, thank you.
And that has those budget implications that Andy talked about.
Yeah, we need to add those budget implications in, so that'll be part of the recommendation for Thursday. Yep. So, and those dollars will help sort those people out who haven't got the water to look at their options. Yeah. So provision for them, which is what they've asked for.
I don't know that I'm interpreting it as provision for them. We're resourcing to work in partnership with other agencies and including the landholders to work through the issues they face, but we're not putting in resource for them. Yeah,
said that quite right.
Okay,
You're 100% correct. That's what the meeting was. Yeah. Good. So that's first key decision 4, which is done. The next one is key decision 2, which is water leisure. So we might as well go on to that now.
Okay, so similar sort of approach. We'll give you a bit of an overview of the feedback and against the options that have come through, and then have the conversation.
And just apologies, Richard was asking what time he should come and should he come earlier. I said, no, this will take a lot longer, Stockwater. So you've proven me wrong.
Now, it'd be fine.
Yeah, he is turning up, but so when he comes in a wee bit late, that's on me.
Great. Mr Mayor, could I suggest maybe that we I see at lunchtime we have a visit to Balmoral Hall at 12:30 to 1. Could we do that now maybe, and then that would give us time? I don't know, is that a suggestion?
We could.
We definitely could, and it wasn't necessarily compulsory, the trip to Balmoral Hall. It was really just an opportunity in the lunch break for those who felt that would be helpful ahead of the discussion.
Feedback I've had is they want
do,
to go.
They do want it, yeah.
Well, Caroline, she was joining us after lunch. She wasn't, right. Okay. So what do you want to do, go Balmoral Hall now and park this, or deal with Water Leisure now? We should stick to schedule. We'll do Balmoral Hall at the time we've got, so we'll carry on. So at least we've got one. Oh, yeah. Right.
All right, so for...
Sorry. Sorry, carry on.
For key decision 2, the question that was asked was, if we invest in water-based leisure, where should it be? And it was a topic that received the most responses in the consultation. And as you see in the graph, it's quite a divided response. So there were 5 options. If we can maybe just go back to the previous slide, sorry. There were 5 options. The first one being refurbishing Tynwald Pool. Second option, creating a new water play area at the Ashburton Domain. Option 3, Council's preferred option, building an outdoor pool at the EA Network Centre. Option 4, building a hydroslide at the EA Network Centre. And option 5, do nothing. And here, if we look at the graph of the received feedback, you'll see that there's a small difference between the top 3, with 31% of the submitters has rated option 1 as their preferred option, which is refurbishing Tynwald Pool. Number 2 is Council's preferred option, building the outdoor pool at the EA Network Centre. Number 3, the hydroslide. Number 4, the outdoor the water play at the Ashburton Domain. Number 5, do nothing. And other people also submitted on none of the above, which at times was a hybrid version of the options or another different option. All right, so the first option 1, the feedback that was received, it's on page 23 to 66 in the summary. So it received 31%, the most support, and there were 515 submitters in support of this option. And there's various reasons why they express their support. In more general support, there's a reference to the history of the pool, the community engagement and enjoyment, strong themes relating to the community need, the identity of Tynwald Pool. It is seen as an asset. There's references made that it has the economic benefits of having a pool in Tynwald. It attracts visitors to the campsite and the area Tynwald specific. There's references made to the growing population in Tynwald, and having a pool in Tynwald provides the accessibility for the people there, easy access. People referring to within the Tynwald option to the special ambience and the atmosphere. It's relating to the picnics, the trees, the outdoor recreation in the same area as the pool. There are people talking about specifically spreading out the facilities in the district and the benefits of that. And that relating also to the accessibility, saying that to have access to water-based leisure centres should be accessible to all, regardless of where you are located in the district. and people referring to the use of existing infrastructure rather than creating new infrastructure. And finally, some people are referring that it's a cheaper option to use. That's all in favor. Against it is the references made to the staffing and the maintenance, that it's an underused facility and the costs that are involved for just the upgrade. Are there any questions on option 1 and the feedback received?
Questions there, councillors? Richard?
I understand, listening to some of the submitters, they talked about the Tynwald pool and the family atmosphere was almost as bigger, the summer by the pool and the picnic sort of was almost overrid just the swimming part of it almost, if you understand what I mean. It wasn't like you go to the EA centre and you go to do your laps and do your swimming, whereas the Tynwald pool had a major different drive. You went to the beach sort of and sat in the sun and your kids played and you had a barbecue sort of scenario. So I think that was something that came through very strong for me with regards to the refurbished Tynwald pool, rather than it was not a outdoor swimming pool, it was a location and day out.
Lane?
Thank you. I'm the same size. I heard it as well. And that's the reason it's on the top. For me, it's always been in family. It's a pool, but it's completely different than EA. So if you put a pool in front of EA, it is just part of EA. Having a pool just somewhere else gives people an option. You don't have to go to the same place. The costing is the same. I think it should be in Tynwald. And the reason for that is we've got about 4,000 people living there. We've got about 37% under 30 years, so that means there's a lot of young families there. And over all the years that I've been part of Tynwald, there's not much done by council costing. Infrastructure that's been fixed. If there was rain, the water, the sewer that has been fixed. Okay, we've got a hole that has been fixed with the roof, but there is no extra thing gone to Tynwald in the last 40 years. To have something on that side of the bridge would be great, because there is a big part of Tynwald. It is almost the second part of a subdivision, not subdivision, suburb. You've got Ellington, you've got 2 more. So there is nothing else what council paid for before. Okay, the domain, we're getting some money for that. So for me, it is options for people to go somewhere else to swim in this district, in this town. The cost is the same, either or.
Great. And just one question. On usage, and usage hasn't been high over the years, it has been open. When EA Networks was closed for shutdown 2 years ago, I think, do you know what happened to usage over there in the Tynwald pool? Still puffing, Richard.
Forgive me, sorry, puffing from running. The usage went up, but not noticeably, certainly not exponentially with the facility being closed. It did increase a little bit, but not massive. You have to remember, I guess, the size of that pool at Tynwald doesn't allow for a mass increase in numbers anyway.
But I'm just thinking that your next slide, is it on option 2? So we're dealing with Tynwald pool right now. Yeah, great. Rob.
Thank you. Yeah, support the last 2 councillors' views. The key reasons for leaving it open. I've really been sitting on the fence on this one, and after hearing submissions, etc., over the last wee while, I probably am now leaning strongly towards refurbishing Tynwald. The reasons against, I don't think, excuse the pun, hold any water. The cost of an upgrade that's similar to the one at EA, is it going to be used any more than Tynwald? No. The unutilised facility over at Tynwald, it hasn't been staffed. When people want to use it, there's no staff available. Council needs to make a stronger push to make it available. There's just so many benefits for having the pool over there now. Yep.
Yeah, I'm my comment is I'm tuning over in my mind the use of an outdoor pool for 3 to 4 months a year. Of a pool, whether it's at Tybalt or whether it's at EA, an outdoor pool. They don't have them these days. They all go indoors, so they get 12 months use out of them. $3 million is a lot of money to spend to use a pool for 3 to 4 months a year. Who's next, Liz?
That segues into my question quite nicely. We heard, or we saw quite a few submitters talking about maybe just doing a paddling pool option or doing the water play option out at Tynwald instead. And there was also, I can't remember who, but someone suggesting putting a cover or a roof over the Tynwald pool. Has there been any thought into that, and or could we sort of get some indications on whether that might work? So the paddling pool option or the...
Yes, so if we were going to do a paddling pool option, it wouldn't be as large. It would be the one body of water as opposed to the two. So the size would be smaller, so the cost associated would be smaller. Instead of having 2 balancing tanks, we'd only have 1, for example, and the size of the pumping equipment would also be able to be scaled down. So it would still cost some money, clearly, to get it up to speed, to make it the water meeting the new standards, but it would be significantly, less than having both pools up to the water safety standards. With regards to putting a roof over it, I guess you're getting pretty close to an indoor pool if you put a roof over it, depending on the degree of roofing. One submitter, I can't recall who it said either, about the EA pool, if it was outside adjacent where it's planned is in the future, it could have a roof over it, kind of like the community pool did. And that is true. I think the Mayor's comment about less and less outdoor pools is a trend. They are becoming smaller and smaller across New Zealand, purely because the variability in our summer and the relatively short term. So the EA pool, has that option, I guess, as a step closer to. You could include it in the future with a roof, and it would be adjacent to your main facility that is an indoor pool. So pros and cons in terms of each option, but a paddling pool at Tynwald is an option that could be viable.
Another question, if that's okay. Yeah. If we did decide to refurbish Tynwald pool, and it was a full pool, we couldn't go to a key system. We'd have to have lifeguards there, wouldn't we?
It really depends on the degree of risk that council's prepared to take. Tynwald pool is in a small area, but if you sort of queried the users, I suspect the majority of users would actually come from Ashburton. So the township of Ashburton is going to estimate about 20,000 approximately. So that's a lot larger than Methven. So Methven has the committee structure and a pool system.
About Methven, but
no,
example.
But it's smaller. So we've got the risk of potentially 20,000 people using the Tynwald pool, so the risk is higher because the population is a lot larger. It's in a larger area, so that increases the risk. Not having a lifeguarded pool is a significant risk on council. There are some hybrid models, for example, Littleton, whereby they have a key system that is using a key model, and then there's lifeguard hours, I'm going to say 4 hours a day or something, or 2 hours a day, just to have casuals during that. So it depends if there's the capacity or the will of the community to commit up front to $150, $200, $100, whatever the pool system is, key system is, versus it's a sunny day, I'll spend $4. So it's that upfront commitment versus the casuals ability to swim in a local pool.
Right, before I go to other questions, Tynwald School, did they submit? Because I haven't seen a submission.
Through the chair, I agree, I don't remember seeing a submission from Tynwald School. Tynwald School bring their learn to swim lessons to us at EA Network Centre.
Yeah, I read through submissions that Tynwald School is mentioned by others that they would use it for all sorts of things if it was there. But Tynwald hasn't submitted, so Tynwald School has not submitted either way, which is, I think, just slightly strange for the fact that they were mentioned so much in all the work we've done.
They have used it on occasion for the odd fun swim during summer, end of year kind of fun swim, but very occasionally. Predominantly, Tynwald School still comes to EA Network Centre.
Thank you, Richard.
It's a question, what's the maximum depth the paddling pool can be before it needs to be lifeguarded?
That is a challenging question as well. There is some thoughts that even fountains needed to have supervision, or real minimal depth. So again, it's a risk-based model, so I can't give you an exact number.
How does the Lakewood diving platform get away with being there then?
Again, it's a risk-based model, and that pond is significantly has got significant depth, and in terms of all the signage and use of it is for strong, capable swimmers, and that's what we've said from the very outset. It's not for a learn-to-swim environment. It is significantly deep.
That probably leads on to my thought pattern around what I talked to Councillor Brown about before. I agree with Councillor Brown. The community aspect of people, families going to the pool. Tynwald could be lucky in that they could have two options. They could have something built at not just a straight square pool, an interesting environment with sand and beach and pool for younger children, and it has the potential of Lakewood diving platform as a teenage place where teenagers could go and swim on hot summer days, which if I was a 15-year-old teen or a 14-year-old teenager, I think I'd rather be going to the Lakewood jumping platform than I would be going to the Tynwald pool. I don't know, but if we could, those two almost to me together could make a cheaper option than the one that we've proposed with just doing the Tynwald pool.
Yeah. Russell?
Thank you. At the very start of this, the question was if we spend $3 million, and I get the feeling because of the discussion around the table at the moment that everyone is happy to spend $3 million on some form of water play somewhere in the district, because I think if we tick that off first, because if they're not, we don't need to be having these discussions, do we?
I think we'll get to that.
Yes, but if everyone says no, we don't want to spend $3 million.
I'm not sure if we should go there first or not. I think we should go through these options and get.
I think you need to go through the feedback that you've received, since that was the questions that we asked.
And then that'll come out at the end.
Yep.
And then we can, if we don't want to spend $3 million after we've listened to everything, done. If we do, then which one? Yeah. Who's next? Lane?
Just some background really. When the Tynwald Reserve Board was still part of it, we put in solar, we put in heat pumps, and we had to pull up to 27 degrees. Those couple of seasons were longer because we had our own people. The trouble started when we really couldn't find the leaks. We spent $70,000 just to getting it going right. Put in my voice. So basically, the leaks were getting too big. The pump was getting too old. Basically, the last couple of years it went down. I'm not saying it's EA's problem. Well, it was the problem. It's not that they didn't do it right, but it's just an old pool. So for me, if we have to try to get a new one, we should do it now. We've got a hole, we've got a surrounding around it. You can sit there with the whole family. Like you said, you can go to the lake for all the kids and jump off the big one. For all the years that I've been part of it, it's always been young family, grannies looking after the kids. It's a real different feel in the EA centre. And I'm using the EA now and again. Not that as often the last couple of years for a reason, but nothing to do with the EA. But it's a complete different feel than EA centre. That is my problem.
Just while he's doing that, Hampstead Pool, it's a school pool, open air. How big is it? Do you know?
Roughly off the top of my head, I believe it's a 33 1/3 pool. It's an old war memorial pool, so it's roughly 33
Same
metres
as
long.
Tynwald or bigger?
It's narrower, but around the same length if you took out the bulkhead that separates Tynwald Pool, if that makes sense. It's pools used to be built in that 33 1/3 kind of concept.
And do you know is it just for school pupils, or is it for Hempstead people, or is it for Ashburton to use?
So,
do you know?
we did investigate this a little bit, and Hempstead use it at this point only for school. They don't operate a public system in any way, shape or form because of the some of the issues they had around that in terms of security, in terms of people getting a key and opening the gate and letting everybody in, and some of those challenges. So they've gone to a school-only model, off the top of my head, February and March only. So they don't even operate pre-Christmas, just those kind of first parts of term one.
And their comments about that was the December period, and especially November, it wasn't worth the chemical cost or the electricity to operate the pool then, because the weather was so varied in those months leading up to, and then they had to hold it over and maintain it over the summer, which was closed to get it ready for school in February. So they just do it in February, March. They have had an open day in prior years where it was a community open day, and we did talk to them about options of if we were to lifeguard it, and is there a tag team option that we could do, and they were willing and open for conversations like that, but it's an unheated pool currently, and there's actually not even electricity on site. So and there was something about water as well, like there's some infrastructural challenges if you were going to upgrade it in any major way.
But it's an option for an outdoor pool. Yeah, great. Who's next? Well, Phil.
Thank you. You know where I live. I'm Tynwald lad and have a daughter who would love the Tynwald pool, and we love the Tynwald domain. I think it's a great facility, but to me, these are all nice to haves, and for 3 to 4 months a year, the outdoor pool just does not work in my head. I think turning the Tynwald pool into a sandpit with a paddling pool would be a fantastic idea and needs exploring. Camping ground has been brought up several times. That occupancy at the camping ground is still going up, even though the pool has been shut. So there's no real argument there. That's going along nicely. I am firmly in the camp of doing none of them. I don't think we can afford to.
Great, we'll get to that. Good direction there. Rob?
Yeah, my point, few narrow-minded views around here. I don't know why we're hanging our hat on 3 months of the year that can be used, an outdoor pool. We've all grown up using pools at least 5 months of the year. Councillor Abraham already said that the pool can be heated. It has been heated in the past. We don't have to look too far down the track. Waihi School had an outdoor pool, and a very cheap option of covering it with framing and laser light was donated by Sir Tim Wallace. So once again, adds to the time the pool can be used. As far as a sand pit, a paddling pool, all that over there, really not on the table, I don't believe. A pool should be used over there, and that we should take the opportunity now to upgrade that pool. We're prepared, or there's been a view of spending $3 million at EA. We're already looking at spending 20 odd for extending the courts. How much do we want to keep pouring into there? We need to look after our other areas as well.
Thanks, Rob. Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, just wanting to point out, this is a little bit procedural, but at this stage of the conversation, we need elected members to consider all the feedback that's been received on the 4 or 5 different options, and ask any questions of clarification of officers. And then when you get to the key question slide, that's when you can launch into the debate mode.
Yeah, your card's on the table. Yeah, so just a wee bit preempting. But yeah, Tony, just on Tynwald Pool.
Yeah, well, after Tony's comment, we must proceed and then.
Yep, it'll be right at the end. You'll get all those. Next option is Was it creating a new water play in Ashburton domain area?
Yes, exactly. So option 2, creating a new water play area in the domain. It was an option that received low support, and the reasons for that was the support for it was actually referring to the convenience and the accessibility of a central location. It referred to having diversity of activities within the domain. A lot of references made that it considers the need of toddlers and the younger generation of the people in Ashburton, and that it's a free activity with no cost for the users. Reasons against were referring to exactly that fact, that it doesn't cater for a large group, but for a smaller group, and that it means that the water leisure activities are spread out.
And there's a domain, there's a water feature, there's a water paddling pool there now, isn't there? In the domain.
Correct. Any comments on this option?
Lane, this option?
Yes, I looked at it. The one what is there is still working, so there's nothing wrong. Water comes out. I know people like to have the stuff what we have in Christchurch, but this one here in the domain is working quite well. So why are we going to fix that or put it somewhere else while it is working? Tynwald doesn't have anything on the moment, so the second option for me is not there.
Yeah, we're not going to. We're thinking about it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this option is consistent with the Ashburton Domain Master Plan, and we have heard of issues around the Bore water treatment facility in the domain, which is very close to the paddling pool and the infrastructure there, and some of the issues around housing, upgraded infrastructure. So there are some sort of colliding reasons to at least consider this, as opposed to nothing to see here.
Liz?
That's my question about the domain development plan. So what year was that upgrade planned for? Does anyone know, or do you want me to go back and
we can look that up.
have a look?
I know when we were as officers putting through and looking at all the projects, they had their project in this long-term plan in the first 3 years as well, which coincided with the conversation we were having about Tynwald and potentially a hydroslide, etc. So that was the rationale to combine them together, so that it did align, and we were making sort of one decision on water play.
Are you looking up, Tony, now what year that was in for someone is? What year? Oh, was it Mark? Okay. Who we got?
Sorry.
Liz, Lane.
It still can be sitting in the plan. There is a 30-year plan for the domain, so it does have to be done now.
Correct. Richard?
Was the potential upgrade for the community organisation, talking about the biking, was that in the domain plan? You know, the
Skills Park. Skills Park.
The Skills Park, sorry, yes.
Don't think it was, because it was, no.
So to me, when you talk play in a domain, that could be the feature that we do that's done through the community involvement in the next few years, which could allow this one to be pushed back, as perhaps Councillor Brahm said, because it could be the next phase of development and play. Was that looks from the concept design, it's quite an exciting potential children's area that could be developed there.
Yeah, Liz.
I really like the idea of the water play area, because I remember taking my kids to Margaret Mahey Park and spending hours and hours and hours there, and I think it's really good to use. But can someone remind me, so we did have in our, when we did up the streets along East Street, where the fountain was, there was a plan to put water play in, wasn't there? Is it right?
It was.
Yeah. So it keeps coming back. I'm surprised it didn't get more support in the submissions, but I think it's because there were probably too many options, and because of Tynwald Pool being sort of, there's a lot of passionate supporters. But yeah, I think we keep trying this one, and it will still stay in the 30-year domain development plan. no matter what we do.
Yep. Get that number back.
So it was between 2024 and 2027.
Right. Yep. May not make the cut. Next option, which was build the outdoor pool at EA Networks.
Yes, exactly. The council's preferred option, and that received quite strong support as well. 29%. The reasons in favour of this option are referring to, in general, for a desire for an outdoor facility, and that it will be an improvement to the already existing facility at the EA Networks. Having everything together, as to speak, in one hub, is considered as one of the reasons for support. And also there's references made to the central location of the EA Network Centre. And the references are made to the existing staff and management, which is already there, and the references are made to the swimming lessons and the swimming school that could be combined within this option. Reasons against are referring to the traffic and the parking issues, the shorter usage in general of outdoor pools, and the increased travel for some of the users. And this reference is made to the environment of the networks that is considered not too attractive for some of the submitters.
Thank you. A question on the utilising existing management and staff. The lifeguards, with it being an outdoor pool, separated by some sort of wall, structure, window, whatever, outdoor pool that size, will it need 2 lifeguards or will 1 suffice?
Through the chair, our initial scoping is that an outdoor pool will still require 2 additional lifeguards, whereas a satellite pool such as Tynwald actually requires 3 to manage the break process and whatnot. 2 is kind of works in with our break processes and everything at EA as well.
Good. Lane.
Richard, could you just, why 3 instead of 2 if you're not in EA? The same people there, so why do we need 3 in Tynwald?
Through the chair, to manage the legal break processes that we have to have for all staff, so everybody's entitled to the breaks as per the Employment Relations Act. Therefore, when they rotate off onto their break, we have to be able to backfill them with another lifeguard. You can't leave 1 lifeguard managing the pool by themselves, so you have a minimum of 2 on the pool, plus 1 to come in and cover those break processes. They have to be qualified and they have to be able to perform those rescues as needed.
Or you close the pool until they come back on. There's many ways to look at it. Probably not practical, but...
Oh, it can be done. It can be done. I'm sure we can do it.
Lane, you're done?
Option,
Richard?
I was very interested. One of the submitters, who was the elderly gentleman that done the pooling, was a very good submitter, and he talked about the wind and the outdoor pool, and he was quite strong, and he didn't like outdoor pools, and I thought, well, that was interesting, and to me that was quite dramatic in his view of that. And I thought the EA Centre is it is a great facility, but an outdoor pool there is a pool inside and outdoor, so you are just swimming, and if I chose to swim, I'd swim in the hot water, warm water rather than an outdoor pool, just nature of the beast.
Yeah, and he mentioned about 6 weeks to get it up and running again, and all the leaves and every day, and yeah, he'd been there, he's done it, he's run it, and his suggestion was don't do it. So, yeah, option 4.
Yes, option 4 is the hydroslide, building a hydroslide at the EA Networks. It received moderate support. 18% of the submitters supported this option, and within their feedback they are referring to the entertainment that is for youth that this option will provide. That is actually a year-round activity instead of the other options which are outdoors. There is submissions made on having it at the EA Networks. It will centralise the water-based leisure activities, and that it brings the district in line with others. Many people now travelling to either Timaru or Christchurch for a hydroslide, and the potential increase in revenue is mentioned in the reasons for submitters supporting this option. Key reasons against is that it's not a priority, or that it will not benefit everyone, but it excludes some users like toddlers.
Do you have any information on the pool, the hydroslide in Timaru, as its usage? It's been in there for a few years. Profitability and usage, do you have any info on that pool, that hydroslide in Timaru?
Through the chair, no, we do not. We could obtain that information, I'm sure, through Timaru District Council with a particular request, if that was your desire.
I'm going back to when we first built the EA networks, and we were advised not to put a hydroslide in by wiser people than us, for the reason that you'll get a surge to start with, then it'll drop off and needs to be refurbished every 10 years to freshen it, which has come through this process as well. Great to start with, but they drop off and not cheap to run. That was the information we got back then, so I don't know if it's changed or not.
Just, I guess, with the operations, that component has changed a little. In terms of hydroslides, they're now generally all land into chutes, so the actual amount of water that's moving through the process is a lot less than older hydroslide models. If you have used a hydroslide, they're generally at a cooler temperature as well than any sort of main pool inside. So the operating costs aren't as large as what they once were for hydroslides, just with efficiencies and sort of more changes in practice.
Yeah, so do you want any more info on Timaru's? If not, doesn't matter if you don't. You'd just like to know. A quick phone call, how's it going? Not too much detail at all. Yeah. Phil?
Thank you. Staff-wise, is it just one required extra staff?
With regards to the planning of the positioning of the hydroslide, you may have noted that initially, years ago when EA was first developed, it was going to be in the southwest,
Southern side.
Yeah, the southern side. We've actually moved it forward to the northern side, and for a variety of reasons, one of which is if the chutes where we plan to have them in the tower there, it would actually utilise the existing staff as opposed to needing a new staff member. So that's the major difference in terms of the ongoing costs, comparing like an outdoor pool at EA or outdoor pool at Tinwald with the hydrosliders. That the staffing is not additional.
Okay. And it's my understanding that there's only one hydroslide that makes any money in the South Island, that's at Hanmer, that's tied up with the entry cost. Have you heard the same?
Hanmer is an amazing facility that is completely, individual because of the offerings. And if you've been there lately with a family, it's not a cheap pool in terms of attending it. It's got a large price ticket to attend. So and they've done some fantastic new pool and hydroslide upgrades of late. So yes, we wouldn't be competing in that market, but it's not to say that you can't have a good hydroslide if we so wished.
Liz?
Thank you. You've got in here OPEX is just over 400k from year 3 in this booklet. So that includes your staffing, etc. as well. And then you talked about a model where you would have another company or sort of a combined approach to running it. So is that going to make it any cheaper to run?
I believe, just by talking to Mark, most of the OPEX is depreciation and the loan funding of the cost as opposed to operating.
Right.
The option to have a joint venture model was discussed and is still a possibility if council was so inclined to go down the hydroslide route. Clearly, a joint venture option shares the expenses and it also shares the income. So there's pros and cons to that. The main thing is the core infrastructure, i.e. the tower, like the built infrastructure and the water, for example, getting there, would always be council's. It's actually the slide in terms of itself, which would be part of the joint venture, a contribution towards staffing as part of their process is what they do as well, and then they get a slice of the income. So council would still do the core infrastructure components that if the arrangement finished in 20 years time, you'd just need the extra bit of the slide. They'd be walking away with that, and we would have the core infrastructure sitting there.
So it's still going to cost us $3.5 million if we did a combined.
We when we spoke to them, it was interesting. They said that they would want 2 slides to offer variability in terms of that, so that the usage is interesting and high, and also kind of that sort of tag team approach of ready, steady, go, and 2 people going down the slides at different slides, but at the same time, and again, once you've got the core infrastructure of the tower and the water, the actual tubes itself clearly are a cost, but it's not the core cost. So yes, it was kind of how long's a piece of string in terms of signature rides. They can be really, really, really expensive, or they can be not as expensive. So if there's a direction of hydro slides, we can then go down that route more to find out what we can get for the 3.5 or 3.1 million or whatever figure council was to give us, and we can see whether or not that can work from a joint venture approach.
Last one, Richard. Then we move
I'm looking in the EA Network Centre pool prices for swimming, and I see an adult is $7 and a child is $4.50, and we're bringing there's a new fee brought in which was pool safe family of 5, 1 adult, 4 children, 2 adults, 2 children, was $17.50. So for the family of 5 that goes along, $17.50, and if they all want to go hydro sliding, it puts it up to add another $50 on, makes it $67.50. Wouldn't that take it into the realms of being a one-off, not a lots of time? So our potential income stream is the first month, and then everybody goes 2D. If you're going swimming, $17.50 is good value, $70 is not good value.
Yes, potentially we haven't decided on the actual pricing of this. There are 2 lines of thought. Some facilities charge extra, such as Timaru, but it's not a significant amount more. It's pool entry plus an addition, so it's not to the extent that you've commented on. Other people have it free, so your pool entrance goes up at sort of across all users, and then the hydro slide is a free available resource to whoever wants to use it. I believe that was in the one of the feedback submissions I've seen, and that was about reducing the barriers to ensure that all members of the community, wasn't priced out of people being accessible to people. So, 2 different lines of thought, and definitely a range of options. The pool safe component was introduced just to prioritise and highlight the fact that having parents participating in swimming with kids, especially junior kids, increases the safety as opposed to being poolside on their phones. So we want people participating and active so that the safety stays where it should.
Across all of the different options we have, how do we make sure that the financial contribution we're making to each, or the ongoing costs and that are all evaluated the same way? Because I feel the Timber Pool's been told that X amount, do nothing is a very clear one, it's 0. This one here, if it gets melded into EA, there's still a cost, it just comes out on how much we have to subsidise EA, so we have to be careful that those numbers are actually all equal at the end of it, not hidden.
So when we get to the end of this little process, of which option we're going to have, then that will determine some costs around that, whichever one we choose. Rob, real quick.
Yep, thank you. I don't believe hydroslides really needs to be worried about. We've got one in Timaru and Christchurch if you're a hydroslide junkie. My question is, if we spent $3 million on Tinwold or the EA, percentage-wise, how much would that affect the general rate payer?
About 1%, is it?
Erin or Leanne can answer that. It's the debt servicing cost of the $3 million.
Yeah, so percentage-wise, how much does it affect us? Because you've got an option there of doing nothing. I'm just wondering if it's insignificant, why is doing nothing a worry if it's going to be very little?
Leanne?
Through the chair, I do believe we put that in the consultation document, and it will depend on which option you go for. For example, the Timwell pool becomes a UAGC increase versus EA is also a paddling pool at Domain is a UAGC, and then the outdoor pool, EA UAGC, and actually they are all UAGC. So in the consultation document, I think we put that in, but it's all around approximately $24, $25 increase per UAGC.
Rate-wise,
A little bit less for the hydroslide.
Yeah, percentage of rate is just a fraction under 1%.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah, very little then.
You add them all up? If you add them up. Our next option is
Yes, next option is the do nothing, and actually this is a combination of people saying they do not want any of the options presented, or people referring to a combination of options or a possible alternative option. So when people provided their feedback here, they refer to none of the options being a priority to them, and that we have current facilities that are sufficient. And then there is submitters saying they would like to see both. They would like to see and an outdoor pool in the hydroslide, or as it has been mentioned before, they are submitting on an option that's a different option, which would be like a water play area at Timwell Domain.
And if you choose this option, your rates will drop from what we've indicated. The percentage increase will drop, what we've indicated. Richard?
I note with interest you perhaps alluded to at the end that Lakewood upgrade, the water park, bring visitors to Lakewood area, and that's probably building a wee bit on what has been started down there with the jumping platform. That was a Lakewood upgrade, there's a future outdoor swimming area that we haven't probably, that could be enhanced.
And yes, I think also some of the commentary and the feedback alluded to that is an outdoor facility that people can utilise as long as the water quality is right. So I think it was kind of adding substance and strength to get the water quality of Lakewood correct, so it can be available for outdoor use and contact recreation.
Next slide is.
So this is referring to some of the key questions that were raised by the submitters. When there's the feedback on the accessibility, a lot of references were made to a bus service or a public transport service from Timwell to the air networks. Questions on user costs. The option that has been brought up by many of the submitters of having a pool committee or volunteers operating the Timwell pool. Traffic reference is made to the traffic issues, the congestion of getting to the air networks and getting back if you live in another part of town. And indeed the Lakewood referral, and there was some submissions made on if you're building a pool, make it a 15-meter pool.
Next slide.
So the next slide brings you back to the debate.
Right, we're going to park it right there, and we're going to break for lunch. First, we'll slip down to Balmoral Hall, have a look, and come back for lunch, and resume again at 1 o'clock with answers to those questions. Thank you. Welcome back everybody after the lunch break, and we're now up to the key decision on water leisure. Key decision number 2, isn't it? Or whatever it is. So which option will be included in the LTP? Councillors, now's the time to... Oh, hang on, Richard.
Afternoon. We just felt there was probably 2 pieces worth sharing with you. The direction before lunch was to go and find some information regarding Timaru's hydroslide operation.
That's quick.
This is not documented anywhere other than through conversation. They charge $4 per visitation for their hydroslide on top of pool entry. On average, that nets them around $2,000 each weekend, and on average 500 visitations each weekend. They run only weekends for their hydroslide and school holidays, so kind of averages out there. And they operate with 1 extra lifeguard at big peak times. So that's a little bit of conversational information around Timaru's hydroslide. The other piece of information we just thought worth sharing before we move on to those questions was that in the draft long-term plan we have allowed for and needs to happen a large maintenance shutdown at EA Network Centre as well, so that'll be coming through at a yet to be scheduled time, but just for your information as well, that is in the draft LTP.
When you say large, how long is large?
We're anticipating 4 weeks.
Oh yeah. Okay, thanks for getting that info. So the Timaru hydroslide doesn't make a lot of money, but makes some, and only operates on weekends and holidays. So obviously no demand the rest of the time. How long? It's been there about 4 or 5 years now, has it?
Through the chair, the manager that I spoke to said he's been there 10 years and the hydroslides have been there longer than he has.
Oh really? Oh, they've had a replacement one just recently.
We could look into that. I'm not aware of
But it doesn't.
cyclic renewals.
It's not super. Yeah.
It's been there since the very start, which was, I think is it nearly 15 years old, maybe? 2006, I think.
Was it? Okay. You think it's the same one still, Mark?
I would say so.
It is, right. Okay. Caroline?
Was it $2,000 per 500 visitors per day?
Go speak into the microphone.
500 visitors per day.
A weekend.
Per weekend.
Yeah,
so it's $2,000 a week.
$2,000 per weekend, 500 visitors per week.
And additional income over the school holidays.
Yeah, correct. They did say that they don't, due to staffing needs, sometimes they don't run some weekends, and they believe that offsets against running in the holidays. So you could kind of think that that's...
Thank you.
Okay, key questions, decision number 2. Questions, which option will be included in the long-term plan? So now you can debate all those options that we've been through, which is the 5 of them. Refurbish Timaru Pool, create a new water play at the domain, build an outdoor pool at EA Network Centre, which is the preferred option at this stage and budgeted for. Building a hydroslide at EA Networks, or option 5 was do nothing. Who's kicking off? Lane?
Yes, I will do it again. As I said before, the options we have, basically there's 2 outside pools. We've got a pool already in town and nothing in Tinwold. So my option would be that it comes into Tinwold, because ours is basically too far to get fixed. And it gives also a complete different experience for people to swim. EA is more swimming. The Tinwold domain, you can swim there, but it's really great for families to come for a day. So my option would be option 1, and also most people were quite happy to have it there. We talked about other options with cards or volunteers. I'm pretty sure that is an option. I won't put it in here, but I'm pretty sure it can be done, or a mixture of. I'm pretty sure we can do that. It is just thinking outside the square, and I'm being used to that. So my option is really what most people wanted, a pool in the Tinwold domain.
Thank you, Lane. Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So while responses give us a guide, I believe we need to work out what's best for the district as a whole. And there's comments made about travel time from Tynwald to Ashburn, so I did a wee exercise. So, and I used 3 points of reference, the Ellington School, Tynwald, Hampstead School and Tynwald School, the travel times from there to the Tynwald domain. So Ellington to EA network was 1.9 k's, took 4 minutes. Hampstead to EA was 2.8 k's, took 5.5 minutes. Tynwald to EA was 4 k's, took 8 minutes. Then said if the pool was in Tynwald domain, Hampstead people would travel 5.6 k, taking 9 minutes. So I did this little exercise last Thursday between 5 and 6 when there were people, a lot of traffic on the road. So it wasn't done at midnight, so to make it easy. And I'm thinking, you know, if people in the city only had to travel between 3 and 8 minutes to an open pool, I would suggest they would be quite happy. So it's really a town thing that we need to work through. Also the comment was made about congestion getting over the bridge from Tynwald to Ashburn. So the argument could also be had that the congestion heading south could also be just as great. So to me, congestion isn't really an argument. And I would suggest that by the time we get a new pool, if one goes ahead, then I assume we'd also have a new bridge, which would also negate that sort of thing. And I look back over the last 50 years, and we've lost pools at Ellington School, Borough School, Ashburn High School, which is now intermediate, and also Ashburn College. So looking forward to the next 50 years, I think where's the best place to locate a pool that would satisfy not just Tynwald, not just Ashburn, but the whole district. And my view from that point of view is that EA Network is the place for a new pool. Option to, whatever it was, 3.
Option 3.
3.
Yep. Caroline.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. 31% wanted a pool at Tynwald. 69% did not want a pool at Tynwald. So I look at the public. When I read all the submissions, the tenet of many submissions has been for frugality. The cost of living is very high. Let's save money. Don't spend money on rates. We don't want our rates to increase. And when I look at how many people use the outdoor pool at Tynwald, which was low, I do not support any building of any pool anywhere in the town, and I suggest we put it out beyond, if we do want to go ahead with it, it goes out beyond the 3-year plan. I suggest we do not spend the $3 million at this stage, given the cost of living crisis in New Zealand at the moment.
So your option 5?
Do nothing.
Right,
yep.
Thank you. Rob?
Thank you. On the, option 1, refurnish the Tynwald pool. It's, as you suggested earlier, going to cost an extra $25 to the ratepayer. Most people, I believe, would spend more than that on coffees in a week. So not a big cost when you look at the benefits to families. And yeah, I don't support any of the others. I do believe the cost of building a new pool at the EA will be significantly higher than refurnishing the Tynwald pool.
Russell?
Thank you. I don't support either of the outdoor pool options. I think we've found the trends, and netball's a classic case. You know, people want now, even in summer, if it's not such a nice day, to still be able to use a facility, and if it's outside, that'll still put some people off. So it's a lot of money to spend on something that's only open for, 4, maybe at best 5 months of the year. I would support hydroslide option for that very reason, that it can operate for, every weekend of the year for 12 months. It actually brings in added income, but I could also swing to doing nothing as well. But so I definitely don't support the outdoor pool options at this stage, and I haven't fully made up my mind on the other one.
I want to hear from councillors who haven't spoken first before I go back round again.
Can I just say something? Will you be doing a vote and then the second backup vote, or just?
We'll get to the end of it and we'll have a indication of what you want. The real vote will be Thursday, but we'll get indication. My view is not an outside pool anywhere in the district, Ashburton or Tynwald, for 3-4 months of the year, not worth the expenditure we would be putting into it. So my option would be 5, do nothing. We can't afford it at the moment, is my view. But we may be able to afford it in the future. So if a pool was an option or a hydroslide was an option, I'd be looking at the next long-term plan, year 5, 6 or 7, not year 1, 2 or 3. And if I did have to support any option, it would be more hydroslide option only. But it would not be in year 1 to 3, my thoughts. Tony? No, you've already had one go. Shall we go to others who haven't? Then you can come back.
Okay.
Who's up there? Liz?
Okay, thank you. I found this really, really tricky. I think that Tynwald does deserve something out there, and I think that's where we heard from a lot of people saying we always miss out, we need something in our domain, but I don't know if spending $3 million on an outdoor pool is going to be the answer at this stage. It could be something in the future, but I just don't think that we need to be spending that much money in year 1 and 2. My preference is a water play, whether that's an Ashburton domain or whether that came over to Tynwald domain. Yet I don't think, again, that we should be spending $3 million. So I'm probably in the option 5, do nothing, or maybe even option 6, where we do nothing in year 1 and 2, and then we revisit in year 3 with, I mean, the water play is still going to be in the domain development plan. We've got the 30-year EA Network Centre plan, so all those can come into it, I suppose. Even I don't know about the Tynwald domain plan, whether that's how the pool was included in that, but we've got those long-term plans that we probably need to be looking at instead of doing anything right now.
Just clarification there. So if you're looking at year 3 for something, but it's something different to what we've got in these options, I think it's probably a new long-term plan process, because it's something different. We'd have to, I think, we'd have to probably consult on your new option in the next long-term plan. Be different. Phil?
Thank you. Yeah, I just repeating what I said earlier, and now adding in the cost of 3 lifeguards at Tynwald for 3 to 4 months a year. It's a lot of money to spend. I think a sand pit and a paddling pool in that spot would be awesome. And yeah, as mentioned earlier, I'm firmly in the do nothing
option.
We can't afford it.
Yep. Richard?
Yeah, I would probably follow on what Councillor Hooper said. I agree that I'm in the do nothing camp, but I still do feel for Tynwald needs something there. And one of the submitters did talk about the play aspect, the grandparents, and it wasn't about fully swimming, it was about play and being in a safe environment. So that's how I felt the sandpit, flash, paddling pool. But at the same time, I still understand that there is good outdoor swimming at Lake Hood, and we'll talk about that tomorrow, I think. And if we can get those 2 things up, we shouldn't have to spend $3 million to get a solution for Tynwald in the short term. So I'm what you said, Mr. Mayor, I'm in the do nothing camp, but I'm in the do somethings for Tynwald in a play place.
Yeah, and agree with that, obviously, but the Tynwald Reserve Board might come up with something else, which can come back to us at a future years, whether it's a sand pit or it's a whatever. Yeah, it's on Reserve Board land. It's governed by the Reserve Board, the pool. Also, I just also touch on the submissions we've had. Does anyone want to comment on the submissions we've had? I didn't give that opportunity before, or you feel you've been through them, understand them, no questions on the submissions. You've read them all and understand them. Tony, you did have your light on again you can come back on now. I think we've
I meant to finish off by saying if the swimming pool fails in both places, then I would definitely be some stage looking at a hydroslide. That would be my even in the next 3 years.
Year 4, 5 or 6.
Yeah, year 4, 5, 6 would put that on the table.
Yep. Who's on? No, Richard.
Mr. B, you talked about if the, because the submissions from the Tynwald people are quite impassioned, and they talked about wanting to have something, and I don't want to give the Tynwald Reserve Board a hospital pass effectively by suggesting that they come up with something. How would you, how would they don't have their funding that they have and all that sort of stuff, and their funding is locked down in the long-term plan as well, effectively. So how would you, that suggestion, how would that pan out?
I think the Tynwald Reserve Board need to meet and discuss with the Tynwald residents what do they want in their domain, and because it looks as though the outdoor pool is going to fail, it's not going to be refurbished, so they need to look at something else and bring it back to council through the avenues we have with them. Lane? Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am quite, sorry to hear all this. I thought we were councillors for the whole district. I've got a feeling Tynwald is still the poor Cassie, and I've been there for 40 years. It's a great part of town, and there's more of them. I've worked around the whole district, but I feel we're leaving one part behind. Yes, we've got some traffic lights, they work, but we didn't pay for it. I am disappointed.
Kira?
I like everybody, of course Tim would need to have something over there, and if the outdoor pool does fail in passing through the long-term plan, then I would be supportive of a paddling pool or a sand pit as per your suggestion, Phil. My second thing, which I tried to allude to earlier, if it fails on the first vote, my second vote would be for the hydroslide, if that is, I don't know how you're going to manage the vote, that's all I'm just getting that.
Yeah, we'll do that on Thursday, but I'm thinking if there's a hydroslide comes up, it won't be in this long-term plan 3 years, it'll be for the next one. Yeah, so it'll be for a new council to decide that going forward. I think the option that we'll have on Thursday will be a 5, as in do nothing. It is taken out.
Just on that though, Mr Mayor, if that failed on Thursday because the vote went a different way than the indication here, then something could still be included in this long-term plan as a result of that vote. You're quite correct.
If we wanted a hydroslide in year 4, 5 and 6, we could actually put that in. Or whatever year you like.
Or any year.
Any year you like, really. Yeah. Sarah?
Sorry, and just on that moment, from an officer's perspective, actually having indications of projects 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 are really useful because then we can do the groundwork to ensure that we've got accurate figures and information and, more accurate data than you can when you're just starting from the start again. So any indications are valuable.
Right. So we're getting an indication now that it's option 5 is going to be the option. And on Thursday, councillors might think, what year do they want to include as something else for Thursday? Around the hydroslide. It's going to be on the options that were there because it's been consulted on.
So that just comes to a question. So in our long-term plan now, we've got, is it 155k in year 1 and the remainder in year 2 for this $3 million, is that? So the 155 is design, etc., and the rest is build costs in year 2, is that right?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. So that year 1 is design, year 2 is construction, so it's split 155 to remainder.
Rob?
Thank you. The argument of we can't afford the Tynwald pool is, doesn't stand with me, and it's a small amount of money in the big picture for a very long-term gain for both the residents of Tynwald and the town as a whole. And I would, urge councillors to reconsider.
They can do that by Thursday. It wasn't a don't want Tynwald pool, it was the councillors that voted option 5 was don't refurbish Tynwald pool, don't create a new water play in Ashburton, don't build an outdoor a pool at EA Networks, don't build a hydroslide. There was 4 options there that the councillors said, no, we can't afford. Not just a Timwell. They are not picking just on Timwell Pool. This is all 4 options they're saying. No, the majority were, as I read it. But Thursday will give you clear direction. Richard?
Is there any, because I've probably read it that the Timwell Pool, we had some no's definitely to doing the Timwell Pool, but there was some that wavered on the option of helping that drive forward, and then by putting it back to reserve board, that goes out a long way without any funding. So is there any way that we can look at a mechanism, because obviously it's the $3 million for a big pool is the sticking point probably, and if it was a lesser amount, that money could be put in. Is that any way of doing that or not?
There is a way of doing that, but it involves guesswork because we don't know what you're proposing and we don't know how much that will cost. And one of the things that confounds accurate budgeting is putting a lump of money in for something and hoping it's enough when we define the something. So we would suggest perhaps that the work needs to be done as to the something, and then it can be designed and costed, and then that can then be considered based on the accurate information that would be in front of you.
Thank you. I'm we were amazed. All of a sudden we end up with an 80% hydroslide. Did we not listen to the submitters? Because there was 60% who wanted an outside pool. Are we more clever than the people who asked for it as councillor, or are we too scared? My comment.
I think there's 30% that wanted the pool refurbished.
Yeah, and 30 and just 60%, if you take the 2, who wanted an outdoor pool.
Yeah, but you have to put your light on, Lane. This is difficult because there's no clear direction in here. It's split. 30% want a pool in Timwell, 30% want one at EA Networks, and then obviously the other 30 want something else, hydroslide, and then there's others there do nothing. It's not clear cut. It's councillors know in their community.
To me, it's basically Timwell will lose the pool because we can't keep it. It has been not running at all the last 2 years as well, or certainly last year. So we've got only one chance, and it is now. We won't get it back.
Liz?
And I think we all understand that. I don't, but I think having 5 options and having them very sort of split apart is very tricky. And the thing I probably took from a lot of the submissions was from those people who are saying we can't afford anything right now, and that's probably what I'm looking at, rather than we need to, we need to spend $3 million in the next 2 years. I'm looking at the submitters who are saying we can't afford anything right now, and you've got to take into account what everyone thinks. So, I'm not opposed to something happening at Timwell, but I just don't know when.
Caroline?
I think when you read the documents throughout the whole, all of the things that we went out to consult on, all of the topics that people spoke about, like roading that we didn't consult on, all of the topics that were presented, there was a strong theme through there in that people are struggling with the cost of living crisis, people are struggling to pay elevated rates, and times are tough. And there's a strong theme of don't spend too much money or do not waste money. Now, this is not a waste. We all support activity in Timwell. I mean, we all go to Timwell very regularly and we all support activity in Timwell, but perhaps this is not the time to spend $3 million on a swimming pool, which may be, may not be, but may be considered a nice to have at the moment. That's just the view I got through the consultations.
Yeah. Tony? Then we're going to move on to next questions.
Okay.
there's a lot of comment in all the submissions on, fix the water first and fix the road first. So if you took those two options out in the future, there'd be more focus on maybe willingness to spend money on some of these areas. If the pool thing dies, and I support the hydroslide because the hydroslide issue has been around for a long time, and it's not going away. So that's why I, as a backup, supported the hydroslide.
You're starting the debate here, which we need to hold till Thursday. So if you've got some questions or answer the questions, then now's the time. Russell.
Thank you. And look, the reason I would support a hydroslide is, once again, the teenagers of the town. Not a lot for them to do. They've been asking for this since the day the stadium was built. We actually had it in a long-term plan once that we were doing it, and because we had it in there, people thought we were doing it. We got a few objections and it got thrown out because those who supported it, it was already in there, so they thought they were getting it. So with the amount of people who have said hydroslide as a second option here, I'd actually like to see it. A show of hands for the hydroslide or a no.
We can do that on Thursday. Rob?
Yeah.
Do you want to do it now, Russell?
I thought we were getting indications today.
We have a strong indication of 5, which is 0, which is spend 0. If you want to move down the hydroslide option for a year, we could do that. Yep. I'll take Rob, then I'll come back to you.
Yeah, I fail to understand why big ticket items like the building that we currently sit in, 60 odd million or whatever it is, and it was significantly less, and then it got considerably bigger as time went by, and we kept ticking that off to get it sorted, and we council pretty much all went with that, and we're niggling over 3 mil for a pool in Tynwald. Just doesn't make sense to me.
We're back in debate mode. I'm going to shut it down. Can Liz?
I've got a question on that second point there. Is it okay?
Great.
So it's saying, are there any adjustments to be made to the supportive options? So is that a case where we say, okay, in year 4, we look at spending X amount of money on some water activity? So who knows? Is that the time? Is now the time to be talking about that sort of stuff?
Probably the next option is that the further information required to implement the supported
Yeah.
option, which may be hydroslide in year 5 or whatever.
Because we're all saying do nothing now, but that's now. In 2, 3, 4 years' time, we could be planning for something, and yes, the costs will go up, and it's never going to be cheaper now. But I think we do need to kind of think about that as well.
Yes, if you think of the LTP as a budget, then what are we taking out and putting in? And so there can certainly be strong messaging around an intention to do something if in fact do nothing is the option now. But in terms of the LTP, you need to put something in a particular year, and a sum of money to do something is a little bit difficult because our own recent history suggests that will that money ever be the right amount for the something when the something's not defined. So if we're going to send a signal that there's going to be further work with the Tynwald Reserve Board and it'll come back for annual planning or another budgeting document, that's one thing. To include a sum of money for something is a relatively uncertain way of describing activity.
Do you want something put in future years? Richard?
Yes, I felt if we looked at the numbers, there was that second question is a difficult one because it says, are there any adjustments to be made to the supporting option? Supporting option, the one that had potentially 4 people with the Tynwald pool, B option I'll call it, didn't have the support as it currently stands, but it had supported a different, lesser amount. Because I could probably say that I would assume, you never assume anything, that the ones who are in high support of the Tynwald pool, if they couldn't get the Tynwald pool, they would support a lesser amount if that was their only other option rather than nothing. So I'm just concerned that because of the way the argument's going, I couldn't support the Timble pool as it currently stands, but I could support it at a lot lesser level. And if you've suggested there that it has to go into the long, we don't have a number for it. So how can it sort of gets kicked down the road a long way?
The issue for me, councillors, would be that it's not then a Timble pool, because to replace the Timble pool will cost 3 million. So you're now, the something is very unclear. So if it's a sandpit or a playground or a skate park or whatever the other thing is, which we might assume will cost less, what is it and how much will it cost and how do we include it and which year should it go in so that we can signal to the community the rates impact accordingly, gets much harder. Whereas if do nothing prevailed when council comes to make that decision, it comes out and you can send messaging around wanting to work with relevant groups and organisations to have something in that domain, but it's not yet clear what, and because it's not clear what, it's not quite clear what it'll cost and when you're going to do it. So that's that sort of dissonance between just wanting to do something that can create budgeting mismatches.
So you've got a suggestion, Phil, because we're not debating this, whether it should have a pool or not in Timble.
Yeah, well, I was just going to follow up on my suggestion about the paddling pool and the sandpit. But so how do we actually? Yeah, are you saying that the process there, Hamish, would be go away back to the Timble Reserve Board and then come with a proposal or an idea, sort of in concrete? Is that?
Well, I think it's the safest option for council in terms of being able to design and cost the agreed thing. Whereas if you decide 3 million is unaffordable, let's put 1 million in because we think that's affordable, and then we'll talk to the groups about what they'd like, and then find that the $1 million is inadequate, or it just gets very difficult, and we've seen when those estimates are not based on good design, that they can be significantly out, and then the expectation created that so some people will be disappointed with the Timble pool decision. We say we're going to do something, and then we can't deliver that either because the money was wrong. I think you'd be better off to have the alternative project if that's your decision, and then design and cost it and feed it into an annual planning process. And I think the signalling to the community, if you do decide to do nothing with the Timble pool, is that we're not doing this. We for all the reasons that you might have, but we want to work with the community around an alternative use of that site over the next period of time, and let's work up what that is.
That's good
together. Yeah.
Just a quick numbers: $480,000 a year to run the Timble pool if we refurbish it. Spent $3 million, and use the 3,000 swims people who have swum there. And we know that number because that's what people swim. It's $160 a swim per person. Okay, if you double it to 6,000 people, it's $80 a swim. It's not cheap. Can you afford that? I don't think so. For a pool that's used for 3-4 months a year. Rob?
Yeah, don't back that comment even, Neil. No swimming pool makes money, and they're there for the community. I'd suggest that the $3 million that was allocated to refurnish the Timble pool is overinflated. Purely, I believe, so it blows it out of the water and doesn't look like a goer. And my suggestion would be, the council does back it to a certain level financially and calls on businesses and contractors around the district to see if they'd be prepared to donate time, material, every business that's needed to get that job over the line in our town.
Mr. Mayor, we have not produced a number to get a result. So our professional assessment of the replacement of the Timble pool is that amount of money. So please don't think that we have in any way tried to steer council by inflating a number. That's not to say that a different procurement system might deliver that project more cheaply if indeed businesses would come to the party and donate time and money and design and all the rest of it. But our estimate is based on a professional assessment of the costs of the replacement of that pool, and then there's a full stop.
Liz?
Maybe a question for Sarah Richard. The water play area in Ashburton Domain, and sorry for coming back to this, have you got costing? So that was doing up the paddling pool and adding the water play, is that correct? Oh, she just turned it off.
Sorry. So with regards to that, the paddling pool was to be shifted, and that links in with the water treatment plant requirements to use the space of the existing area in terms of within that building. So both items were going to be moved as per the domain development plan, and then do the water play. Water play is a project that is more able to be customised to a budget. Pools kind of, to meet the requirements, are sort of dictated by what size of pool you want, and then the costs flow that way, whereas how much water play you can get within an envelope of money can fall from there. So that's why we don't have exact costings on the water play and paddling pool option, because we could make it fit the amount.
So can you get, so what, the water play could have $1 million?
Oh, it would be more than that, I believe. Yeah, much more than that. It still needs to be treated water up to the same standards as a pool, and it also recirculates as well. So, yeah, there's quite a bit of costs associated with it. The flooring is all that sort of rubberized flooring. Yeah, there's quite a bit that goes into it.
Just thinking that could be an option for Tynwald, a lower cost option instead of a pool. If we put 1.5 million in, yeah, whatever. I know it's not going to give you a pool, but it just seems kind of like, yeah.
I think you got between now and Thursday to think about it. Yeah. Is there any further information required to help implement the supported option? Lane?
I'm fine. I just want to say that with the board, we have a look what we can do, what is the best option. That's all we can do.
Yep. Thank you. Direction is $0. To be confirmed on Thursday. Next item is key decision 3, Balmoral Hall.
Right, so I've taken a similar approach to this and give you a bit of an overview of the feedback. However, we'll give you an overview and then open it up for comment and questions.
Hello. For key decision 3, we have asked the community what should we do with Balmoral Hall and the politic land, and we have consulted on 3 options. The first option is retain and repair Balmoral Hall and the politic site. The second option is council's preferred option, that is sell both sites, and the third option is demolish or relocate buildings and redevelop the site. This is an overview of the feedback that we have received on the issue. We have received 1,266 submissions on this issue, and out of those, 718 or 57% have supported council's preferred option, that is sell both sites. In the following slides, there will be an opportunity to look at key reasons for and against for selecting each option. But for 24% people have supported option 1, which is retaining and refurbishing hall and the politics side, but most of the feedback was surrounded on retaining and refurbishing the whole only. 11% of the submitters have preferred third option, that is to demolish or relocate the buildings and redevelop the site. There were 8% of the people who have selected none of the above or have not selected any of the above options. And the feedback mostly on that option was the two sites should have been consulted separately and the Balmoral Hall to be retained while the politic land should be sold to fund that. So this is the detailed feedback we have received on option 1. 24% submitters have supported this option. Summary of all feedback can be found on page 15 to 56 of the summary document. Key reasons for supporting this option is the functional, historical, and community significance of both sides. Many people were in favor of retaining and repurposing the existing assets as they are. A lot of people were in favor of retaining and repairing Balmoral Hall only because of the activities that happen there, particularly dance. A lot of people discussed the location of these two sites, and it's central to the town and well used by the community. Many people mentioned that due to lack of maintenance by council over the years has created this condition and hence led to the option of demolishing them or selling them. Key reasons against option 1 was that retaining these sites will cost a lot to ratepayers, and there are plenty of other halls and sites that can be used as an alternate for the activities that happen there right now. For option 2, we have received 57% of the support. This is council's preferred option to sell both sites, and most of the reasons for this was that retaining these sites is not financially viable. Revenue can be allocated to other issues or offset debt. Some supported the option that we will support it only with the condition that alternate venue is provided to the dance groups, and some provided some ideas that how these sites can be used, such as for parking or social housing. And also people drawn attention to the fact that there are other venues in the town that can be used for the activities that happen at the hall especially. So the key reasons against this option was the cultural and heritage value of the sites. Some people were of opinion that selling council assets is a short-sighted strategy. Some people drawn attention to its location, that it's very central and council should not be selling those assets. And the other is about congestion and EA network center, that council is suggesting moving most of the activities to that area, and it is going to cause traffic and activity congestion at the center. Then there is option 3, that is to demolish or relocate buildings and redevelop the site. 11% of the submitters supported these options. A lot of people submitted because with the ideas that these sites can be used to develop the triangle as a new business hub for the town, or can be used as a social housing, or the sites can be used for car park. Some people were of opinion that these sites are too old and will cost a lot to repair. And the development of these sites will bring economic vibrancy to the town as a whole. And the main reason against this option was selling council assets is not a very profitable thing to do in the long run. Then 8% of the submitters chose no option at all, and their reason was they reasoned it with the question that why these sites are being consulted jointly, why they are not being consulted separately, and mainly many people commented that the whole should be retained and this politics site should be sold to fund it. Some people were of view that not enough information has been given to them to make a choice, and the other suggested that reasonably priced alternatives should be provided to the dance groups if council was to make a decision on its preferred option. Then these are the key questions or concerns that we have gained through the feedback. That is to separate both sites and why they were not consulted separately to start with. Centralization or congestion at EA Network Center for every activity, and the infrastructure concerns like parking and congestion at EA Network Center. So just so that would be all, and I think we can move on for you to discuss on it.
Okay, plenty there. There was that other option of option 4, which is do nothing, but there's that hybrid option of retain Balmoral Hall and demolish the Polytech, develop the site. So that's a theme that's been coming through quite a bit. So, councillors, questions? And just have one before you get it go. Renee may know where the building currently leaks. Whereabouts are the leaks? Is it around the edges, or is it in the middle of the building, or where?
Sorry. The leaks, there are quite a few. The main ones are in the kitchen area at the entrance off Cameron Street, and there's other parts that do leak from time to time as well.
We've site visited obviously this morning just for lunchtime and had a look. The gutters are full. That would make a building leak, I would think. Is that the cause?
No, it's not the entire cause. So the roof was replaced in the 70s, so the roof has reached the end of its life. So it is a concrete tile roof. You're right, the gutters could do with some cleaning out. We've got heritage trees that are protected. There's 6 at the front, so 3 along Cass Street and 3 along Cameron Street that are around the building. The gutters are quite high, so would require an elevated work platform to actually do that.
Yeah, it's a maintenance issue, but Liz.
Thank you. I know you said before that it's residential A. Is that no? Sorry, what's it zoned?
It is zoned Business A.
Business A. So, just sort of ticking this over in my head. If we've got the trees out the front that are heritage protected, which is fine. Is there any way that the Balmoral Hall area could be rezoned as, say, a reserve? We put it into a reserve board. The board manages the hall. They're then able to go out and apply for funding to help with the whole costs. Refurbish, whatever ongoing costs, etc. Is there any way that could be possible?
In terms of the zoning, that would be, I might defer to Jane, but in terms of whether it could become a reserve, there is the possibility of doing that through the Reserves Act.
Through you, Mr Mayor, you would need to go through a plan change to achieve that, but I'm not sure why you would actually really need to change the zoning. You could just apply for a resource consent if you wanted to do something that was outside of the rules. The land has probably got more value as zoned as Business A.
Just thinking, we've got the reserve management plan that at the moment is
out for consultation.
Yeah, it's out for consultation at the moment, so I don't know whether that could come into, it was just a thought I had and whether that could make things easier, because often reserve boards can apply for funding and get funding outside of council. But
Tony?
Thank you, through the chair. I was just going to add a little bit of extra information to that. Often reserve boards and memorial hall boards are actually hamstrung by being a part of council. It's when they sit as an incorporated society that they're able to access better funding.
There might be some merit in what you're suggesting though, but from a different angle. Richard?
I'm looking at option 2. A lot of the themes coming through is around cost, financial, lack of use, and those sort of things. I'm interested to, could you run me through, you talk about financially viable. So we heard one of the submitters talk about a 500 metre square floor space in there, and we'd come up with some costings and what it would cost to run. So effectively you get back to what it costs if it's dance, if it's any sort of sport or activity per square metre. What does it cost to the EA Centre for a basketball court, which is 450 square metres, to rent for say an hour? Just so I want to understand the two financial metrics.
Could I defer that to Sarah, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have got some figures on that, but if you give me 2 moments to try and relocate them.
Okay, we'll hold that question then, Richard. We'll come back to it. Russell?
Thank you. The costs of the repairs of this, have you got a slide of the breakdown of those costs so we could see it on screen, or?
It is on the website.
Yeah.
I'll see if we can get that up for you.
Thank you. Because I suppose my question was, and Mr. Wong is in the room, are there any suggestions for some way that we could possibly look at doing that for a lesser cost than what's been put out there? That just, yeah. The users of it and those people are saying they don't want that much spent on it. They would like it retained, but they don't need a palace to run their operation in, I suppose, is what they're saying.
I can assure you that this won't be a palace. We're looking at what we can do. The problem is the roof is probably the first thing that we need to address, and because the roof is concrete tile, we're unlikely to be able to replace concrete tile with concrete tile and therefore avoid the triggering of the requirement for a building consent. So what that means is if we trigger the building consent, then we've got the other costs that come in, such as fire, emergency, basically life safety systems. So looking at accessibility and the fire egress. So that's where a lot of the cost actually does come in. In terms of the heating, the existing heating, we have got some pretty average little heaters in place, and the electrical circuits, they don't actually enable us to replace with a better or similar system. So the electrical circuit needs an upgrade as well. So it's kind of, you start doing something and it leads on to something else. And potentially you might be able to trim little bits and pieces, but they're not substantial costs that we're proposing. And if you are looking at making this your community hall, then why wouldn't you do them? You know, would you leave it unpainted if you're going to attend to the windows? You've got scaffolding up there. It makes sense to do it at the same time.
Thank you. Through the chair, Leanne, you seem to email about the cost to repair in year 2 and depreciation, interest and net operating costs at $387,000 annually over 10 years. Is there a rule, and you've got in the note, because this is a refurb, we've spread it over 10 years, is there a rule that says it has to be spread over 10 years? Like, why can't we spread it over 20 years or 30 years like we do the EA Network Centre? Why does it have to be repaid over 10 years?
Through the chair, you could do it longer, but the reality is you'll end up still depreciating that when you have to do more work, because it isn't a whole new rebuild, it is a refurb.
So if I can interpret, what you're saying is it will break down again or require refurbishing within the 20 years or whatever we do before we, and that obviously
There is that possibility.
That's no more likely. If we're going to do a rebuild with a new roof, it's probably no more likely, I would imagine.
But it is, at the end of the day, that is a council decision.
Sure.
Purely.
And may I ask another question? I've got two things to ask. The first one is the leaves. I've communicated with the chief executive once or twice with regards to weeds growing in the gutters, which I think the chief executive got onto and the weeds were removed. But there is an issue with ongoing maintenance of that building. I do not consider emptying the gutters maintenance. It's just a ladder. I mean, the council may have different requirements for the health and safety, but in our house it's just a ladder, you know.
Do you want to do it?
I'd be happy to do it. I do it constantly. But that's just a point that I think that's not a good look for a council building. My other point is we had a submitter, Mr. Muir, who said, and I think a few other people did, but this is from Peter Muir, who said you can upgrade in stages. We can upgrade in stages. I take your point with regards to the scaffolding's out and we've fallen prey to this thing ourselves. Do the windows with the scaffolding's up, otherwise you pay twice for the scaffolding, etc. But that is an option to lower the costs of the do-up. And one more comment, if I may. Sorry, that's three. How can concrete tiles leak? I don't understand that. Do they crack? Can't we reseal them with a little bit of something? Why not?
They actually pit as well, so they it
Can't you
just
shingle
drains over.
spray them or something?
Not easily, no.
I bet if it was on someone's farm or something, you would shingle spray them or you do something to stop them leaking and put a bit of silicone. Whatever you do, you don't have to. Like concrete tiles are bloody heavy. And
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you're looking at at retaining this building, it also creates a seismic risk. So if there is an event,
Yes.
they're quite heavy.
But it's not
So-
under the 30. It's not it's not under 32% or 33%, is it?
It's a timber structured building, so it's not about the.
No. So we can put that aside. That worry can go adrift.
Well, it's about safety of people
Of
that are
course.
using the property, not necessarily the
Of course.
compliance to the.
But the
to
earthquake was
standard.
12 years ago, and we haven't been too worried about safety of people up till now. Otherwise, we would have shut the building. I'm guessing.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline.
Thank you.
I might go to Michael soon and get a bit of info from Michael on build regulation, whatever. But first, the roof itself, has a roofing specialist looked at it and see that it can't be sprayed, it has to be replaced, or is there a remedy for it? What roofing specialist has looked at the roof?
We have had this looked at by a building contractor, and we've also had a QS estimate the cost as well. So in both of their opinion, it is a replacement of the existing. Michael might be able to add some more to it.
Michael, welcome.
Sorry, through the mayor. Yeah, so with the concrete tiles, it was put up in the late 70s, early 80s, finished. And basically with concrete tiles, they just sit there. They're not technically fixed to the roof as such. So if you think about all the earthquakes and stuff that we have and the winds, they rattle and shake and they move. So even if you do apply a sealing coat or whatever now, it's going to move again, regardless of what you do, and it's going to leak again. And you've got to remember it's 44 years old now, so it has lasted its life that it was designed for.
And replacing the roof with a tin roof requires what?
So that triggers the building consent because the fixings of the purlins on the rafters are at different spacings, and with the corrugated iron roof, you get much more uplift of wind on the building as well. So therefore you are altering the structure of the building, which triggers the building consent.
And does that trigger the fire regulation as well? What triggers that?
Yes, so as soon as you do an alteration to a building which triggers the building consent, and it's a public building, we must, and it's a must in the Act, look at fire and look at accessibility as a minimum. And then we can look at the other things as well.
Yep.
But definitely those two items have to be done.
Richard?
I'd just like to explore the dancing side of it, because we made the decision that we would potentially change some rooms around at the EA Centre, and that would allow the dancers to go there. From what I read, the dancers and a lot of the people in the dance world said that's not really a goer. You don't put dancers in the middle of a basketball court. Is that correct? Have I got that right? Or
Through the chair, that is the feedback we've received. I can't answer if that's correct or not. I guess that's a perception from the dancers or from the instructors of the dance. I can't comment on that.
Sarah, you.
Through the chair, I've got that updated information, but to answer the most recent question, I believe that's just that feedback is based on misinterpretation of the information. The intention was never to put dancers in the middle of the stadium. It was to reprioritise use of an existing area within the current footprint of EA Network Centre as part of an internal shuffle, and there would be a dance or an area, a multi-purpose area that could be used for dance, that could be used for group fitness, that could be used for the holiday program, that could be used for multiple other avenues. When there's a big sports tournament, it could be where the umpires are all, group and get set up. So it wasn't going to be in the stadium core part. It was to the side of the building where Sports House currently is. In terms of the other question, I can provide that info also. There's a few assumptions here, so I'll tell you the assumptions and hopefully that provides the guidance. With regards to the basketball court, it's 420 square metres. If we were using the peak rate, which you'd assume it is peak rate in terms of the timing of when dance is, that's $50 per hour if it's the casual fee. If it was, it could be slightly less than this, but we'll keep it at that for round figures, so that's 12 cents per square metre. Using Balmoral Hall's square meterage of the whole building, that's 768 square metres, which consists of 650 for the core bit and 118 for the annex, but that includes toilets, kitchens, everything, and that was from the report that went to council a while ago. So times that by 12 cents and you get $92 per hour. So it's not exactly apples with apples because I'm including one basketball court versus a whole building, so the size is probably too large, but that's just the numbers, so hopefully that assists.
could I perhaps just clarify that too? What do the dancers currently pay at the Balmoral Hall? Or the users perhaps, and not rather than dancers, users I'm perhaps saying.
I believe it's $25 an hour.
They use it for 15.5 hours per week, and it's charged at $387.50 per week. Per month, sorry. Per month.
So we calculate an hourly rate?
So $387 per month or per week? It must be per week.
Just one moment.
So it would only be about $2 an hour. I'm pursuing this line of questioning because I think it's important to understand that when we talk about facilities, they all should be treated on the same amount, because we know the EA Centre as a whole it costs a lot of ratepayers' money just to fund it. And I'm concerned that we put this number up and we load it straight against the facility of the users against it and say it's uneconomic to do it. Whereas at the EA Centre, the netball court's at $50 an hour. I'm pretty sure it costs more than $50 an hour to the ratepayer of the district to use a basketball court when you take into account that we pump 4 or 5 million into the facilities a year. So the true cost of a basketball court, I'm not picking on basketball or netball either,
Yes, it is.
the true cost of those courts is a lot higher. So we need to be looking at the cost of facility for users on the same basis.
25 per hour.
$25 an hour?
Yeah.
Which if the hall was refurbished, it would obviously have to be a bit more than that. You would think. Liz?
Thank you. Just a question on what the changes on the LTP would be if we kept the hall and either sold the Polytech land or kept the Polytech land. I do, because it's kind of a hybrid model, so there's no figures on here on what effect it would have on our LTP.
So through the chair, and not putting too much in the public domain, because obviously if we sell things, we need to go out to tender or out to market, so I'm not going to put the exact dollars in. But what I can tell you from my calculations over the weekend, that while we were sort of suggesting it would be about $1.89 per 100,000 of the general rate, that would increase to approximately $2.33 per 100k of the general rate. So it would go up, the total amount would go up just over 1% of total rates versus just a smidgen under 1% at the moment. That's still working on the 10 years. Does that answer the question?
Kind of, yeah.
The other way to look at it...
Come back to it if you phrase another way. Right, Russell?
Thank you, because, I was about to push my button off, but, so we, in the LTP, we must have budgeted a dollar sum into there for the sale of that block of land, because that's what we went out with.
Through the chair, we did the costings of the cost to do Balmoral Hall up at 1.3 million. That's what we consulted on the cost of. In our budgeting process, because it impacted on, this was one of the sites that had originally been selected for Te Whare Whakatiri to pay down debt. That was a separate, that was sort of over here in our total budgeting, but our cost that we went out for was around the cost to repair Balmoral Hall.
No, our preferred option
in the
what?
Document that the Balmoral Hall site is 1 million.
Yes.
And the Polytech's 1.45. So
Yes.
you obviously wouldn't sell them. Put the two together, the interest on that
Yes.
you wouldn't get.
Exactly. Thank
So
you.
that's- yep.
That's yeah.
Yep. What you've also would have saving if you retained the hall is there was money put aside to do the floored EA to move the dancers there, I understand. So you wouldn't need that.
It's 300, wasn't it?
300 something it was.
Yeah. Around 300.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that is clearly an option available to council. There were alternative reasons for having that internal shuffle at EANC. So, officers would hope that it was discussed and to see if there is substantial merit to do it. Still,
It wouldn't be that amount though. It'd
So-
be a lot less because you're not putting a floor down.
I think what we're saying is that there are other reasons for that reshuffle where dance would have been a beneficiary of that reshuffle, and so the reasons why else we might want to do it still need examining and considering. You might not save all that money because it wasn't being done just for dance.
Right.
Correct. And just through the chair, we did not build that into the cost of Balmoral Hall. We intentionally left that separate and only made it as a narrative to link the two.
Phil?
Thank you. Can you talk me through the design fee of $162,000? What's all that about?
Yeah, so undertaking, so when you're looking at refurbishing a building, for example, you would have fire engineers reports and other specialist reports. That's what that would come into.
Caroline?
Just a point of clarification. When we talked about hiring Balmoral Hall and the 750 square metres, was that the meterage of the hall, including the annex, including the kitchen and toilets? I don't know that we can do that. I think we have to talk about the square meterage of the space that's been hired through the chair. I feel that's inconsistent. We don't talk about, people, we don't talk about, for example, using Richard's analogy. We don't talk about the basketballers. They just hire a court. Like the ballet dancers or the tap dancers hire the studio. Surely they cannot be expected to hire the big hall if they're not going to use it. I think we have to be quite tidy and concise with regards to our comparisons and our reasonableness, and be a little bit consistent. With regards to using Richard's analogy on the basketball court, I think what he was referring to is that the EA networks is subsidised by about $4.5 million. I think the Mayor in the consultation process said $5 million, excluding inclusive of fees and charges, there is still that overhead to subsidise that. So I think that should reasonably go into the analogy if you're comparing it, you know, meterage for meterage.
So currently we don't separate out the fee. The fee is $25 for the hire of the entire site. So if you were looking at doing that, then yes, we could certainly break that down so that we could further clarify which part of the hall that you were planning to hire and cost that accordingly.
Just before I go to Liz, I think what I'm hearing is there might be an option for, it's a hybrid option, which may develop, which is retain do up Balmoral Hall, and demolish Polytech, and perhaps use it for car park. And there's two buildings on the end as well, prefab altogether, may come into the factor as well. So I think there's another option developing here, Liz.
Yeah, and I was going to mention that because there has been a lot of suggestion on making the Polytech site a car park. And I know we have some money in the LTP for a car park somewhere else. How much is that and what year is that? And
No, through the chair, we have nothing in the long-term plan that I'm aware of. We have something in this current year that would become carry forward depending on council's decision. I think that might be what you're referring to.
Yep.
And just going back to the Polytech site, there's always options. What we have not done is the cost. We haven't done a full analysis of the cost of demolition either, so we just need to be aware of that. We have an estimate, I think we did. No, we might not have, but we have not done the full workings behind that.
but we've got option 3 is demolish or relocate buildings. So that's it says 450,000 for Polytech buildings, and there 180k for the Balmoral Hall is to demolish. But that was just demolish the site. It's not to do anything else.
No.
Okay.
Richard, probably a comment on that is that any purchaser would factor in the cost of demolishing that site in the purchase price. You don't buy it and say, oh, I've got to demolish it now. They would, if it was redevelopment, they would factor that in and we would get less for a purchase price. So it is almost factored into our numbers already, isn't it? Because your valuation would have probably taken into account the value of the building, your 1.4, I think it was, we had from the take it up 5 thing, that the 1.4 would have taken into account the state of the buildings on there, wouldn't it, when we came to a number?
A valuation would. I'm just not sure whether the number on there refers to the rating valuation or if it's the actual valuation. And due to the potential of it being sold, we probably wouldn't be talking about what the actual valuation is.
Russell.
Thank you. I like the idea of your hybrid sounding option. The Polytech site, I think if in the meantime we retained that and it was a car park, it does give the option 10 years time and the council of the day could decide there's a better use for it and we still own it then and it's a clear site so it would have more value. Because I think it is a very strategic piece of property. And just from the submissions we received, I do like the idea of retaining the Balmoral Hall. I'm probably disappointed in the costings of doing it up, but then generally I'm always disappointed in the costings of most of what we do, so that I'm just going to have to grin and bear that one. So
thank you for your confidence.
Yeah. That would be the way I would be swinging at the moment.
If there's going to be any support for that suggestion, we could ask Hamish to get some more work done by Thursday on that option, because there's not a lot of work being done, but there could be. What's the Hamish, the likelihood of having something for us to make a good decision with by Thursday?
I will do our level best to provide as much as we can. It'll simply be as good as we can get it in the time frame involved. So essentially, as I understand it, it would involve a subdivision of that site if that's required, refurbishing Balmoral Hall and selling the Polytech site.
Oh, we didn't necessarily say sell the Polytech site. I think it was redevelop the Polytech site into car park.
Or demolish it.
Demolish
Okay, so no,
Polytech.
no sell.
No sell. Demolish Polytech.
Demolish.
And redevelop car park.
Sorry.
Seal.
Through the chair, when you
Okay.
talk about redeveloping the car park, just as it is type thing, or you wanting us to seal it and mark it?
Seal and mark. Retain all heritage trees.
Very well. How else will we fill our gutters if we don't?
We need them for that.
Okay, so I'm sorry for that slight misunderstanding. So, so we essentially don't need the subdivision, but refurb the hall and demolish and re-establish the Polytech site as a sealed and marked car park.
Yeah.
And so we're just looking for the total cost of that, but in the back of our mind we've got how that might be funded.
Lane? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It might be an other option as well. If you look at number 3, we could demolish it and then redevelop it. Maybe it's a cheaper option. It's $180,000 to get the building down. We should be able to get something out, $800,000 for a hall, wouldn't it? Is that an option?
It wouldn't be very big.
Doesn't have to be that big. Yeah. Just an option.
Yeah. Perhaps it is. The hockey pavilion, would that hold the, would that be available for dancing? Would that be suitable for dancing?
The Walnut Pavilion?
The new hockey pavilion we're about to acquire.
Walnut Ave.
Walnut Ave.
Correct.
I don't think it has a wooden floor, Mr. Mayor. As far as
No,
I'm aware.
it can be covered with a sprung vinyl, was it, that we looked at?
So what we could certainly do is take the dance group there and see whether that would be suitable, and to try and understand whether we could actually make the floor sprung or a bit more suitable for dancing. We just haven't done that work yet.
Rob?
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be sprung. I've managed this long. The area where the historic trees are, I think needs to be looked at to be beautified. The hall itself, looking at it, looks like it's got very good bones, and I'd be in support of keeping it. And yes, the Polytech area for a car park, sealed car park. And I also would like to just quietly add, I wonder if this building would have quite as much support if it was sitting over next to the Tynwald pool.
Yes, something we'll never know. Yeah.
I'm loath to admit it, but I think that because many farmers and people and many submitters would say that get rid of it, it's not put past its thing, we should build a new one. But if you add the value of the site, I think you alluded to $1 million, is that right? We potentially thought the site was worth. Add that to 1.4 million, that's 2.8 million. Divide that by 781 squares, you get $3,000 a square metre, which is probably cheaper than the average house in Ashburton as a facility. So it's actually a relatively cheap facility. So if you're looking at, if you disregard the historic part of it, if it's a facility for us to build, it's actually a very cheap option when you come to square metres of floor. So that's the way I'm looking at it, effectively.
It's not listed as a historic building, but I think we're viewing it as it's an old building with historical value. But yeah, Russell.
Thank you. And if that ends up being the option and we are going to spend money on the hall, will that be managed in-house or would we be going out to a consultant to do it? And if so, how do we make sure that our budget stays on budget?
We would probably need some external assistance, just with capacity at the moment. It is an old building, and we may have surprises. We can only see what we can see at this point in time. So that is the challenge, particularly with a building of its age.
So is that in that budget?
Sorry?
Is that in the budget?
Yes.
So consultancy fees or project management fees are in there somewhere.
Great.
Just going to add through the chair that again, we'll still have to go to actual tender.
Elaine? I'll look back to my first option. Just having a look for a new building. Yeah, for the same price. Why are you keeping something and start fixing it and getting rid of parts if you get a new one for a new one for the same price? It's warm, it's done, no maintenance. Just an option.
If you want to progress it, you'll have to progress it with more detailed words. Yeah, Liz.
Thank you. We heard from, I think it was Nigel Gilkinson, about the Woodbury Hall. Someone talked about the Woodbury Hall and saying that it, similar sort of building, needed a bit of a maintenance. He had a photo of it. It didn't look like it was weatherboard. I think it was something. Yeah, it looked like it was corrugated iron. Have you had a chance to look in to see how they did any maintenance on that or what they did for the 300k or how much they spent?
Not at this stage, no.
To answer that question a little more broadly, though, we did hear submitters talk about the Gaiety Hall in Akaroa, and we did investigate that through our relationship with the Christchurch City Council. My understanding is they spent 1.1 million in 2017 to do up the Gaiety Hall. So that felt like a comparative sort of, I don't know the square metre average and I don't know the heritage status and I don't know what they had to do, but they certainly had to spend that sum of money on that hall to refurbish it. And we followed that only because it was referred to by a submitter.
Caroline?
I think the Gaiety Hall's a Heritage 2. Is that the words? Heritage 2 status, New Zealand Heritage 2. I'm pretty sure it is. And it is a smaller hall and it's solid concrete hall. Like it's a solid concrete sort of structure. And indeed it's a beautiful hall. I don't think we've touched a little bit on the heritage status or lack thereof of the heritage status. Regardless of the heritage status of the building, it is it's a valuable building in terms of heritage for our community. And there are only a limited number of these old halls in town. And we did have a submitter, I think it was Murray Pay, these types of facility in the centre. One of the people that want to pull it down, I've read all the submissions, said, well, it's not used and there's plenty of other halls. There actually isn't in the centre of town plenty of other halls that have that high ceiling and have a stage and have that capacity to accommodate people. There actually isn't a lot of other halls in town. So I think that's quite important. We also heard from Mick Hydes and Louise McCaslin about a cultural centre, and we've had that brought up by quite a few submitters as well. Like there's other uses for that hall besides dancing and besides churches and besides sports events and 21st and weddings. There's also the cultural aspect where it could be used for ceramics or it could be used for, I don't know, macrame or whatever people want to use it for. But I don't think we can just walk away from the heritage because it doesn't have a formal heritage listing on our district plan. It's not there, so we ignore it. I don't think that's the right thinking. It is clearly valuable. It's an old hall in our district. And somebody else said, I think, and I'll just tell you who that was if I may, another submitter said, Mr. Michael said, we can treat it as any other hall in the district. Like a lot of our rural halls we maintain and support through reserve boards, as Liz alluded to. This is a hall in the centre of Ashburton. I think we perhaps should consider those aspects before we make a decision to tear it down. Thank you.
Councillor Todd.
Thank you. I don't have Carolyn's same enthusiasm, Mr. Chairman, for this hall. Really, it is aesthetically, it's not appealing. Architecturally, it's got a lot to desire really, and it doesn't have a sprung floor that was one of the selling points. So from where I sort of sit, can I justify spending $1.3 million to do up what is basically an old hall, and I struggle with that. Like the interest payments on that, depending on how much you pay, but that's going to be maybe 78,000, 100,000 a year to start off with. So you've got ongoing costs there. It's not just the 1.3, it's the interest payments you pay as well. So, and when you get into renovations, for sure, you start digging, it always seems to cost more than what you actually budget for. So, you know, there's a lot of unknowns. So I am not in favour, I'm not enthusiastic, I'm not in favour of keeping the Balmoral Hall, to be fair. So I don't have that same sentimental value about an old hall that some people do.
Caroline, you mentioned about not many halls in CBD. St Stephen's, the church hall up here. There's two churches up there that have those facilities. Do they or do they not?
They're like a big supper room, and they're quite well used for funerals and things, you know, for overflow. But they don't have that very big high. They're not like those old-fashioned type of halls that have a massive ceiling and a stage. And I think St Stephen's does have a stage though, or the Sinclair Centre definitely has a stage. There's not many old halls in the town.
Why do the dancers need a high roof?
Oh well, there's other. What about the badminton players, or what about volleyball?
I can understand them needing a high roof.
Yeah,
but
I'm not just
ceiling
talking
rather.
specifically about the dancers. There are, I don't know whether badminton use it or volleyball, but there are sports activities that do require a high ceiling.
Yeah.
And it's a different, and I suppose it comes down to the viewer, but I like the look of that hall. You may not, and you might have more architectural qualifications than I have, Tony. But I actually like the look of that hall. And when we looked at the interest rates, which I alluded to earlier, which are on the note from Leanne, they are included in there over a 10-year period. And we discussed that, and we can pull that out to 20 years. It was interest and repayment over 10 years and depreciation. So that would presumably, near as damn, go down to probably 60% over 20 years. So that lowers the cost. I mean, I don't know, that's just a view, but a view I share in common with a lot of submitters, and a view I share in common with people that know, like you've got people that live in Billy Thomas homes that submitted, or people that understand architecture and old architecture perhaps better than we do. Dare I say it, Tony?
Liz?
I think once it's gone, it's gone. And I'm thinking of the Methodist Church Hall that we all went and had a bit of a peek in before it got demolished, and that was probably a similar type of hall. And if it was still there, that would have been a great place to use. But yeah, I'm sort of leaning more to the hybrid model, which is keep the hall and either sell the Polytech site or use redevelop it as a car park. But I think it would need to be a paid car park so that we got some return on it.
Rob?
Yeah, I believe a benefit of a high ceiling too, if it's the right word, helps with the acoustics of singing, etc. music.
Phil?
Thank you. Council's often accused of not listening to the community. 57% of submitters have said sell both sites, and yet we're talking about a hybrid that we've sort of plucked out of, well, not out of thin air, but are we in the gun for not listening to our community?
You will find out.
Look at Facebook. The good thing is they'll tell you.
Yeah, Facebook will tell you.
The issue with consultation is to have an open mind to the feedback you get, and then to make a decision as to what you think is best. So you've got an open mind to all the feedback, and you weigh it all up, and then you come to a view.
So reading these submissions, the option, the hybrid was not in a option, but there's quite a few submitters in there, all independent of each other, I assume, came up with that option, which we perhaps didn't think of that well. But after reading the submissions, I think we're thinking it's not a bad option. If we had that option at day one, that may have been our option. Don't know. But it could end up being our option. Russell.
Thank you. I wonder if it's possible for the Chief Executive to bring us a little bit more info on Thursday around the project management fees on the Balmoral Hall and the cost of that as opposed to us employing a staff member as a project manager, because not only have we got the Balmoral Hall we want to do, we've just acquired the Walnut Ave Pavilion, which needs money spent on it, which will need some project management. You know, we're seriously discussing the Oval Pavilion, same thing, needs project management and some money spent on it. And I believe over a very short period of time we would save a lot of money by having that in-house as opposed to an external person doing it. And then that person would take the role, I believe, on making sure projects going forward are well project managed, but also our existing assets are well project managed with their maintenance program.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we will have a look at that. I think there is some benefit in council employing directly a project manager in the property team, but I'd just like to reflect on that idea over the next couple of days. I wonder, Mark, if you were able to go back to the budget that was on the website and just remind us all what the fees, the professional services fees were in that budget. I remember some number, oh, you've got it there, 162,000 for this design fees, that's called. So for this project alone, on that basis of that budget, we're contemplating $162,000 called design fees, but some of it's definitely project management as much as design. So there's the existing pot for one project that might be available to manage differently. So let us do a little more thinking about that by Thursday.
Right, so I think we can't make a decision here with these decisions we've got in front of us until Thursday, because we're waiting on information on the option 4, is it? The hybrid. Correct? So we'll park that till Thursday. Thank you. Right. Next on our list is, it says end of day, but we're not at 5 o'clock, so why don't we move into tomorrow? Report airport fees and charges. Can we do that? Is that? We'll just adjourn for 5 minutes and have a reconvene the deliberation workshop, and we've come to the end of today's deliberations and guidance. We've got good guidance out of today, ready for Thursday, so we'll finish for the day now and be back here at 9 a.m. 9:10, I think, is our first item on the agenda tomorrow. So thank you for your contributions. Adjourn the meeting.